Hope she didn't delete the camera or something. Hello, guys. Yeah, it's black screen for everyone. Hopefully she didn't forget us. Imagine if the same thing with round 7 happened. Yeah, you guys just see a black screen for now. Okay, let's change that. Now you can see me. And now you can see the board. Okay. But where's the camera? Did she forget to open it? Or it looks like they haven't started yet, so we should be able to get in contact with her still, right? Okay. Maybe fix that a little bit. In the meantime, Cam was there and was gone, yeah. But that is kind of funny. Yeah, black screen. Blue boy, I see the black screen. I guess he has to like unlock her phone or something. Prediction was not paid yet. I don't know. There's some problem. Let me try and reset it. Maybe that is the problem. So somehow I kind of made some mistake. I don't know. Anna Cromling's opponent just played 1a3. I mean, it didn't look like our Anna's opponent was on the board, so yeah, I don't know. Okay, doesn't look like Anna is there though, so someone has to tell her that her cam isn't working, I guess. Okay, let me try to reset it as I said. So, how do I do that though? I need to. Okay. Let me try to reset it as I said. No, can't. Let's mute that. Yeah, it is a black screen. I'm trying to fix it. It's looked perfect, but then it turned off for some reason, so not sure what is going on. Let us know when you've tried resetting it. Yes, I will. Okay. I have a strong suspicion that She just turned it off. Okay, just trying to find the settings. Because you know, as soon as she set it up at the board, it turned black, right? So yeah, that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be, I think, my problem. Let me find the settings now. The thing is, if the game has started, we won't be able to get the opening moves correctly, because you know we might just see a position, and we will have to know how this came about. Okay, you guys are talking so much in the matchup. I can't find the settings. Let me. Okay, now I found them. Yeah. No, you shouldn't ask for the PGN, Blue Boy. Just ask the arbiter to just turn on the camera. Like it shouldn't be. Yeah, like the game just started, so I mean, shouldn't be a problem. I think. And that's probably easier than asking for the PGN. Okay, let me copy that now. Okay, so I'm gonna try to delete the source and add it again. If that doesn't work, it means that she has to reset her phone, basically. Okay. Boom. Okay, it didn't work. I tried to reset it and it didn't work. So yeah, it's probably her issue, I guess. We did get a nice view of her shoes, but yeah. Okay, let's remove the new one now. I'll add the old one back. So yeah, as long as I guess as long as the game it's barely started, right? So this shouldn't be an issue, I think. So if someone has to yeah, if someone can contact the arbiter, that would be nice, so we can get the video feed to work. I don't know what happened. It looks like it happened after Anna left the phone, so maybe again it's just like a local thing. Okay, you message him. Thank you, Scrooge. So I guess until something happens, we just wait, right? Cause yeah, just wait. We don't know what the opening will be. Did any of you guys look at what this guy is playing? Anna's opponent for today is Gunnar Erik Gudmundsson, who is apparently one of the top Icelandic juniors. I think he's like number 2, number 3 in Iceland among juniors. So strong player. It's definitely not going to be easy. Yeah. So Anna has 5 points, 5 out of 8. She might go for the Trompovsky. Really? Just winging it on the last round. Why though? Not sure. Yeah, apologies for the black screen, guys. We're just trying to. I think we'll have it soon with us, the camera. It should be working great as yesterday, right? So, um, yeah. Opponent is over 13, so it can't be that Anna-Maja was worried her channel would get banned. I mean, her opponent is pretty young. He's like 17, so yeah, but definitely, yeah, not. He is old enough to be on stream, I would say. I mean, in chess, you have these 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds playing. So a 17-year-old is almost a boomer. I mean, it's not like me, who am a complete boomer, but he's like middle-aged, 17. Okay. I mean, she should be able to see that the camera is not working. So we just need to get in contact with the arbiter. Probably he is a bit. Oh, he's 15. Oh, wait, what? No, Fly UFO's 2009 is his rating. He's born in 2007. Yeah, he is 17. But yeah, it's just a matter to get hold of the arbiter. I guess. Well, he is a little bit busy since it's the start of the round. Making sure to start every clock and all of that. So we might have to wait for a while, but I guess he will help us as soon as possible. He's been very helpful during the course of the tournament, dealing with our tech issues, I guess. So, yeah. I guess relying on phones is always kind of a problem, right? I mean, they have this random locking, and I don't know. Maybe you have to tweak some settings in order to make them work or something. I'm not sure what people in the chat are talking about. Maybe it clicks a button on side. What? I mean, it just has to just reset it somehow or something. I don't know. Yes, Ferry is saying trusting an iPhone. Imagine trusting Apple. I mean, usually, like in other tournaments, for instance, in Romania, where I was also there, Anna had her laptop with her, so she had that all the time there. But I guess having a laptop like close to you when playing is not very comfortable, I guess. And also, I don't really see, judging by the layout of the playing hall, I don't really see where she would put the laptop. So you'd have to like put it on the floor or something. So yeah, I guess we're just waiting now. If I'm still staying in the small screen, if we somehow we're not able to get the feed, I will switch so that you guys don't see a black screen. But we're expecting the arbiter to help us, I guess. Welcome, GM Solver, by the way. Hello. Okay, some jokes by Scrooge to to make us pass the time. If Romania had their own Brexit referendum, would the two sides be called Go Mania and Remania. Oh, like go and remain. Okay, interesting. Been sitting here for 5 minutes. What? Moves should be incoming in a minute or so. We can just have a delayed commentary stream. Yes, but I mean, guys, I don't know. Like, it's so easy to just turn the camera on. Like, I don't know. Okay, we can do it like always, but I don't know. I'm keeping it like this for now, I think. Hello, Showgrass, welcome. We started 1 hour early. Is somebody singing in the background? Yes, they're singing some Greek songs. I don't know how can I make it like how can I make it less loud? So basically, what's happening is there is a school next to where I live, right? And okay, this will make for some nice story time. So there is a school, and on Monday the 25th, is actually a national holiday for Greece. So yeah, so it's like our independence, Greek revolution, which happened 203 years ago. So you know, every school and stuff like that is closed on the 25th, and they have like a parade and like a celebration. So they're singing these, you know, traditional songs, I guess. So yeah, basically, that's what's happening, and now they're practicing. So this, you probably didn't get that because the other 2 morning streams, one was on Saturday, so no school on Saturday, and the other was on last Monday, which was also a holiday. Yeah, it's like a rehearsal or something. Yeah. Who did we get independence? Well, it was not really independence; it was just a revolution against the Ottomans. So yeah, the Ottoman Empire. Okay, we don't have any moves, by the way, so we're back to black screen. Guys, I just hope it's temporary. Like, it didn't seem to have any issues. It's not like other times. I promise. So I promise it will be with us, I think. Wait, what? I promise? I mean, judging by yesterday, we do have moves. Okay, so we do have d4. So, blue boy, we can... Okay, so we know who to blame if... you know, if something goes wrong. So, Anna is playing d4. Knight f6. So, is he going to play the Trompovsky? With bishop g5, interesting. And sees, wow, I didn't do that, so that must be a move from chess.com. So Anna Kramling is facing 1a3. Yeah, that is I know that, but someone told this earlier. So Trompovsky from Anna. Interesting. I wonder why she went for that. Maybe she didn't like what he played against e4. Maybe he played some opening that she doesn't like. I don't know. The Caro-Kann or something. She didn't want to play the Caro-Kann for the 3rd time. Now the important question is, how did Blue Boy know? Yes. So first of all, we know that if Anna doesn't win today, we can blame Blue Boy. But also we should ask him, like, Okay, d5 and e3. Interesting. Okay, let's see a little bit. So a lot of the times, white will play this move on the third move. Like usually that's how people play against me, right? Because I also play d5 against the Trompowsky. Black usually takes like this. And now white will go like e3. Black will go something like, I don't know, bishop d6, c4. This is usually how it goes. Something like that. And now black's plan is very easy here. Black will go f5, knight d7, knight f6. And just put pressure on e4. So this is very standard black setup. And okay, black has the bishop pair. White has the two central pawns, a little bit better pawn structure. Also, yeah, another idea is to take with the g pawn. But I always took with the e pawn there. Taking the g pawn also possible. Yeah, taking towards the center. This is a bit more, you know, e5, something like this they play, right? Knight c3. Yeah. But okay, our king is a little bit less safe here. I don't know. Yeah, so let's look at the actual game though. So what are the moves we have? So e3 and e6. So this is the current position. So Anna didn't want to give the bishop pair away, which is usually the point of the Trompowsky. So yeah, this is after e6. I mean, she can play. Okay, so she can play knight f3. I was gonna say, knight f3 would transpose to another opening, which is known as the Tory attack, which is basically, yeah, where you play like d4, knight f3, and bishop g5, and it could still transpose to some kind of Tory attack here. The important thing is that black has played e6, so yeah, this can transpose to a standard Torre. Torre is not good when the bishop can go out to f5, for instance, or to g4, because then black has some like knight e4 ideas, gets very active. But here, with the pawn on e6, this will transpose to a standard Torre. This is playing a bishop g5 London. I mean, yeah, the Torre is basically a bishop g5 London. You can say that, because white will usually go like c3, knight bd2, knight f3, e4. That's usually the plan. The Cole is not this. The Cole is then the bishop is back on c1. You develop it with b3, bishop b2. So we have c5, c3, knight c6. So very standard moves. This actually does look like a London. Now, yes, as Jim's already saying, another idea here, because white hasn't put out the pawn yet. She can also consider the move f4, which would transpose to, I don't really know what that is called, some kind of Stonewall attack or something. But after knight f3, this transposes to a normal Torre. So this would actually be kind of mainline. Okay. So two ideas here. One is f4, one is knight f3. Now, yeah, blue boy is very, very sus, I think, for telling Trompowsky, and she's playing Trompowsky. But let's see. For some reason I can't see YouTube chat properly. Okay, now I can. Okay, hello people in YouTube. It's the London, in my mind it's the London, and I like it. Guys, this is not the London. So there are a few differences between this and the London. So basically, yeah, basically, no, there not a few, like one difference. So bishop on f4 and bishop on g5, two very different things. For instance, here black can kick this bishop with h6. In the London, black can play like knight e4. Basically, yeah, it's not the London. And Anna has gone for the move f4. So she's gone for some kind of stonewall attack with the bishop outside the pawn chain. I'm not sure if this was kind of prep or is it just YOLOing. The reason I am not a big fan of this move, I never liked this stonewall setups. I know the computer just hates them usually. You can already see the computer is saying black is better on move 6. One reason this might be bad is because now what happens after queen b6? How do we defend that? Let's see what. Okay, he did bishop e7, but I think queen b6 would be a very useful move for black, because white will have to either like move his queen, her queen, or play some b3. I don't know. Could we please make the board bigger until we get the cam working? I mean, sure, I just hope that the cam would be working soon. Okay, it seems not, so let's... how do we do this? Let's try to... Okay, I'll do it here. I'll do it here, I guess. Let's make the board bigger. So you should still be able to see the cam in the background if it starts working. I've turned it on. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not like the other times, right? Where it's just, you know, melted or anything. It just switched off for some reason. So as soon as someone tells Anna, I think she, or even he will press the phone or something. But I guess the arbiter, yeah, I guess Zivit is busy. I mean, it is the last round. He's probably away. He might not even be at the venue. So I don't know. We've kind of given enough problems to the arbiter already, I feel like. So yeah. Okay, let's make this. Okay, this is big enough for you guys, right? I guess. Bishop e7, knight d2. Okay, for some reason it doesn't make the moves automatically. It only does when I don't want it. So I don't know. But yeah, knight d2. Donut Runner, thank you so much for the gift sub to Kjetil Hestvik. Sounds like a Norwegian guy. Anna-Maja is never getting invited. I mean, she already caused trouble at this restaurant, right? So Hans and Anna-Maja have to organize their own tournaments. Oh no. Yeah, I'm thinking like some... I mean, I don't know how iPhones work. I've never had an iPhone. I'm too poor for that. Or too smart. Depends on how you think. But maybe it's like auto-locking something. Like if you put it in, you know, if you put it sideways in like landscape mode or something. You know, maybe it locks. I don't know. Maybe it's the recording app that does some weird things. But we had this problem like on round 7. And again, like the moment she put it there, it turned to black screen. And then when she put it away, the screen worked again. So I don't know. The question is not how iPhones work, if they work. Okay. Yeah, and I'm like 99% it is the phone's problem as well, because I tried resetting it, didn't work, so we're not getting any feed from now. Do you have more moves? No. So, okay, let's talk about the position a little bit, since we have it here. White's going to try and put... I don't know why she is not playing knight f3. Like, where else is the knight gonna go? I thought White's gonna try and put a knight on e5. That would be my plan. But she started with knight d2. Maybe the idea is that if queen b6 comes, then... so if queen b6 comes, then she wants to play like rook b1 or something. And defend the bishop like this. So... yeah. But in general, not much is happening here. This is not really a very tactical opening. So I have no clue why she went for this. Maybe she can explain us later. This is going for content. I mean, okay, so black has moved. b6. Okay, so this is transposing to like more normal stuff. Now b6, usually in this kind of positions, this is good for us, I think, because this is too slow, right? I mean, now we should just be able to get like this knight f3, knight e5. We don't really have to worry about, you know, queen b6. Like, black is going for some very slow bishop b7 or something like that. Everybody in this tournament is under 2000 or GM, at least based on Anna-Maja's opponents. Well, this guy is neither of them, so I don't know. b6 seems boring. I mean, b6 is good for us, so I don't know. I don't know if it's boring or not, but it's good because black is not really making any, you know, active claims to attack something. So now we have a very easy plan. Knight gf3 and knight e5, I think. And usually, like, white will just castle short and attack on the king side. So maybe rook c1, bishop b1, queen c2, building this kind of battery. Maybe f5 is an idea. Maybe, I don't know, can play the queen to f3 and h3. This is some London maneuver. I've seen that before as well. So this is basically good for us because it's giving a free hand for us on the center and king side. Like, black should have played more actively with something like queen b6. Exactly, yeah. Black will have a hard time getting proper counterplay. Like, black had to think in this position to just, you know, how do I put the question to black? Because if black does nothing, white will just have very easy play on the center and the king side. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that, you know, a lot of people think that these positions are boring, but I mean, if you can just get a free attack and your opponent gets nothing, I don't see why is it boring. Like, it's just winning for us. So e6 is an inaccuracy. Yeah, I guess, right? Because you allow white to transpose to a good version of the torre. But I think b6 is the bad move here. Like, this b6 square should have been used for the queen, especially since this bishop is never coming back to c1 to defend. There's so many things in the way. Yeah, so we actually have clocks matching the board position. Yeah, but this is what happened 15 minutes ago. So do you want to keep it like that? I don't know. E6 and inaccuracy because the bishop is blocked. I mean, that might be true. Yeah. But for instance, against the London, sometimes you want to play E6 because this bishop is not blocked, you know. But I think, yeah, in general, this whole setup with E6, B6 is just a bit too slow. Actually, it happened 2 hours and 50 minutes ago for me. Wait, that means I live in the future, so I should be able to tell you guys what happened in the game. But I don't know that. So, yeah. Like every time I open my phone to see YouTube chat, it resets. Trompowski, yes, this is the Trompowski. Pawn f4, knight f3, and e5. Knight e5 is cool. Okay. Zibit has answered Twitter DM with a attempt to fix the cam. Okay, nice. So we should be getting help soon. Okay, thank you, Blood. Where is our queen going? Someone asked. So our queen can go to to a, like c2. I would think like there are two ideas here. One is to make a battery with the bishop and queen. So bishop c2 and queen d3 or something like that. Or rook c1, bishop b1, queen c2. And another idea is to play like queen f3, h3. This is also a plan, especially if this knight is on e5, so that my arrows are terrible. So that e5 is prevented. So queen f3, h3 is also a move. But the queen can also just stay on e2 and just be there. Maybe in the future it can go to f2 and h4. Another plan might be to castle, play knight f3, go queen e1 to h4. In general, yeah, we'll have to find the best square for the queen to use in our kingside attack. And sorry guys, but if we're not playing those, I don't know when they are played. So I'm just randomly spamming the right arrow. So knight gf3 has been played and black played bishop b7. So white is continuing with the normal setup, developing the knights before deciding the position of the queen. And now probably will continue with short castle or knight e5, also possible, I think. Yeah, this is a comfortable position for white. Lu Miao Yi will be 2700. Okay, that's a bold prediction. I mean, coming from the guy who said that Anna should resign yesterday and she made a draw, I don't know. You might have to chill a little bit with your predictions, man. So, yeah, but Lumia is definitely very talented. Like, I also made a bad prediction, so don't feel bad. If you feel I'm roasting you too much. I also made a bad prediction, guys. I predicted that Lu will lose rating in the tournament. And not only did she not lose, she's basically outright winning the women's prize and gaining like a GM norm or something. So, yeah. We can all have bad prediction days. It's okay. Okay, so Anna's apparently thinking. Hopefully, she's thinking not about how to fix the camera, but how to, yeah. I actually won the Gamba yesterday. I'm 1 out of 8. Do you bet on draw every single game? Well, Anna has made 2 draws, so you should have been 2 out of 8. The cam doesn't work? Oh, interesting. Okay, so he tried to fix the camera and didn't work. Okay, so we're gonna have like a live feed, I guess. Cam appears on and recording, but not sure why no feed. Okay, I will try to refresh it once again then maybe. Let's okay. So we'll try to refresh it once again, and if it doesn't work, we will go to the live PGN and I guess we'll continue without it. Again, we apologize for that, guys. We've had so many issues, but okay. Let's okay, I'll try once again. So how do I do that? So this should be technically the full screen camera. So I apologize for the black screen. I'm just trying to try some stuff. Okay, so remove that and add a new one. This should be here. Yeah, doesn't really work. Okay, so I guess, yeah, because there was some like speculation that it might have been like my computer not rendering it properly. Apparently that's not true. Okay, so let's forget about the cam. That's way too big. Okay, let's put that up here. Let's try to fill in the black a little bit more. That's too big. Like this maybe. And we should have the PGNs. Dina's camera is also black. Oh. So maybe it's some problem with the like Wi-Fi or something. I don't know. Anna was also saying that. But yeah, her battery died. It doesn't look like that. Okay. So big thanks to Ingvar, aka Zibit, for providing us with the PGNs. So I should have it. So we will have also correct clock times, which is quite exciting if you want to follow the game. Like yesterday, for instance, we had quite some time trouble issues. So time scramble, rather, should I say. Okay. So let's make some moves. So bishop b7 is the last move here, right? No, we castled. Okay. We castled. Black has played h6. And we played bishop back to h4. So this is the current position. And black has been thinking for a really long time. So black has been thinking here for 10 minutes already. So the clock times are 1 hour and 20 minutes for Anna, 1 hour and 9 minutes for the opponent. I mean, I don't know. Fly Evils, maybe the other streamers use Andres. Although I doubt it because, I mean, especially Americans, they really like their Apple products, right? That's my racist comment of the day. Come on, Anna-Maja, queen of the streamers. Okay. So, this is the current position. It's black to move. And I can understand why black is thinking, because there's quite, you know, he doesn't really know what to do, I guess. Like, if you castle here, then you're probably just going to get attacked, right? You know that like 95 is coming. I don't know. Queen, maybe the queen e1 g3 idea. I'm not sure if that is working, but that could be an idea as well. The other knight might come to f3 to support. Even a rook lift potentially. Rook f3, rook g3 could be considered. Queen could also go maybe to g4. Even we can like take and use the queen. I mean, there's so many attacking ideas. Of course, there's also the traditional battery on the b1 h7 diagonal. That you don't really want to castle here. But on the other hand, if you don't castle, what exactly are you going to do? Like, black is struggling to find effective counterplay, I feel like. So, yeah. And now black, yeah, and also, yeah, as Vlad is pointing out, like, this h6 is probably not helping us. Like, if we castle, then white can even consider attacking with pawns. because the pawn on h6 can be used as a hook, which means it can be used to open a file in the king side. Is this live? No. Black has played one more move. He played knight to e4. So knight to e4. He is not sure where to castle. And he is like... he wants to trade some pieces first, I guess. Now, I guess we do take on e7, right? I mean, this allows us to do that. I mean, I don't really see why we would put the bishop back. So we have to give away this bishop for something. Either that is this knight, like if we go back to g3 or f2. Put it back on e1, I think is very, very passive. Or just take on e7. So I would think that Anna will go for the capture here. Which is good for us, because this is technically our bad bishop. All of our center pawns are on dark squares. Free pawn for Anna. Where? Oh, so you guys want... Okay, I see what you mean, but this is not a free pawn, because black will take with the knight. So you don't have bishop e4, d4, knight e4, because the bishop is defending. But white can exploit the coordination problems here. Like white can go here, for instance. And now if the knight goes to c6, white is winning with something like knight e5. Maybe not winning, but this is a huge problem for black. There is rook c8. But this is probably going to be problematic, because f5 is coming. D takes c5 might come. So I think that there might be a few problems here for black. So maybe knight e4 was not the best move. But again, it was kind of hard to recommend something for black. Like this actually, if she knew that her opponent would play this passive setup, like kind of Queen's Indian style, then it's actually a very good idea for her to play this f4 setup. Okay, so bishop takes e7 has been played, and black takes with a knight. Now, the reason why he did that, as Chad is pointing out, is that if he took with the queen, then white would take here and win the pawn on e4. So black didn't want to sacrifice a pawn, so he took with the knight. Now, bishop b5 check is interesting. And this might force the king to go to f8. So black didn't want to castle, but this is not a Sicilian, no. A Sicilian arises after e4, c5. The pawn here is on e3, so you should be able to tell this is not a Sicilian. This was a d4 opening. You might be surprised that Anna-Maja played d4, but that's what she did. So we're all with that, and it was a Trompowsky. So the opening moves were d4, knight to f6, and bishop c1 to g5. Okay, so let's go back to the position here. Again, I have to prevent my phone from also auto-locking, guys, because it's closing every few minutes. It's really annoying. So let me do that. Okay, this should be nice. Okay. So bishop b5 check. Now, black didn't want to castle earlier. Let's see if this is played. No, Anna-Maja is still thinking. But she might play bishop b5 check. Now, why is this move good? Black didn't want to castle, but if he's forced to play king f8, this might be even worse. Because it's like basically committing to the king side, but your rook is also out of the game. So, this is worse. Now, so black might consider blocking with a piece. There are two moves that do that. Obviously, queen d7 loses our queen. So bishop c6 or knight c6. Bishop c6 is interesting. How do we put pressure here? So black is threatening this. We could consider the move queen a4, but I don't really see the point. Queen a4, you just go queen d7. And it feels like you're not really getting much. Maybe you could get some kind of position like this. Trades. And go like 95. And try to say, you know, this pawn is weak. But this, okay, it should be slightly better for white. But it's not really a winning advantage. Like this endgame, I feel like it's a little bit too risky to go into this endgame. This might be enough, but I think if this was played engine versus engine, black probably holds here. So this is definitely a possibility. But if we want to keep a little bit more pieces on the board, I mean, we can do the same with the queen's own, right? So bishop takes c6, knight c6. You can play like this, I think. And I think with the queen's own, it's even better for us because the queen will go to g4, and there will be some kind of double attack to these pawns. This is how I feel about this position. Like I feel this is better, even better to keep the queens on the board. So I would go for just the immediate bishop takes 6. I don't see the reason to include a queen trade. We might later go for a queen trade, but I would probably go for just bishop c6. Okay, so Anna's, by the way, still thinking after why can't I make moves? After bishop b7, knight e7. So bishop b5. Now, another way to block here is knight to c6. So what's wrong with that? Now, the reason why this might be bad is we can put enough pressure here. So we can start with knight e5, attacking the knight again. The knight is pinned, so black has no time to castle. So black has to defend. Black has to either play queen c7 or rook c8. And I think rook c8 is probably more natural. But now, white can start exploiting the weakness of the black king side. So, for instance, one move I see is taking on e4 and then going f5. And at least the f file will open up. Our rook will be able to stare down the other rook. And our queen is still coming to g4. So this looks like an amazing position for us. So bishop b5 check. However, Anna has moved and she didn't play that move. She didn't give the check on b5. Instead, she moved knight to e5. So this is on the board. And this might be a little bit of an inaccuracy. Because I just turned off the cam on purpose. No, I didn't do that. To get used to the fact that this is his stream. Oh no. Okay, so 95 has been played. 95. And this maybe allows black to castle. Now, I'm not sure if Anna wants the opponent to castle so that she can attack him. That might also be a possibility. But it looks like, according to the computer, we shouldn't have let the opponent to castle, basically. Although I would say that even if black castles, I still like white better. Like, black has made a weakness on h6. White should be the one attacking. White has more space. We've played f4. But maybe bishop b5 check was a little bit more accurate. Why no camera? We don't really know. We don't really know. It's not intentional, guys. I mean, we have had some technical issues, but I don't know if it's like different thing every time, or it's the same issue which we haven't been able to figure. But yeah, right now it looks like an endgame is close. Probably won't get to move 40. I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's too early to call. It's too early to call. It's still move 12, guys. You can't predict the game from move 12 unless the position is like, if the evil bar was all the way up here, maybe you could predict it, or all the way down here. But it's in the middle, as you can see. So you can't predict the game, I think. Yeah, I mean, what else? What else should I say, Blue Boy? I mean, come on. I admire Axel all these technical difficulties and his artificial commentary jig, and he is handling them like a champ. I mean, I'm used to technical difficulties because I have them all the time in my stream, you know? So, it's easy. I guess. Okay, so opponent thinking after 95. Now, if I was black here, I would instantly castle, because, I mean, what else? Like, white is threatening to play bishop b5, and white might also having some f5 ideas. Maybe, could you be considering something like this, like using the f5 square? But this surely is bad. I mean, if anything, we can just kick this guy out with g4 at some point, right? Yeah, I'm just considering this move because it attacks e3. Computer hates it, of course. Yeah, surely we can just, like, worst case, we can give a check. This forces the king to move now. So something like king f8. And then, I guess it's queen e2 or something. Okay, computer doesn't like queen e2. Maybe we take on e4 first, and then we go like queen e2. Yeah, something like that. This looks very good. So knight f5, maybe he's considering that, but we should be able to get an advantage. Yeah, there's no signal coming from the feed, from the phone feed. So who knows? But we know the official times at least. GM Toms, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Welcome. I hope you had a nice stream. And yeah. My laptop, what? Huh? The sound it makes is like mine. Oh. Yeah, my laptop's pretty old, so there might be some noise coming through. I apologize for that. But Dina is having the same issue. Interesting. Because Dina, according to Anna-Maja's words, she has a laptop on site. So it doesn't... It's a bit weird that she gets no feed as well. Like, we are doing this a bit of a scuffed way, because Anna just has her phone there, and I'm getting the feed from her phone. But now I'm getting no feed from her phone. But yesterday it was fine, so we didn't change anything, so there's no reason it should be black. Anyway. But yeah, welcome Raiders, hope you had a nice stream, and we're taking Anna-Maja's game in the final round of the Reykjavik Open. She has 5 points out of 8, so we hope that she ends up with a nice score of 6 out of 9. Which would also mean she's not losing any rating, I think. If she wins that game, she's maybe losing like 1 or 2 points, which is very negligible. So we hope that she wins this game. Currently, she is, I didn't read to you the clock times. She's currently 9 minutes up on time. So she has 1 hour and 12 against 1 hour and 3. And the opponent castled. So it's now white to move. So we let our opponent to castle, which I guess Anna-Maja was afraid. I guess she didn't want to play. I guess she didn't want to play this endgame because, yeah, too many pieces traded. I guess maybe that's not her style. She wants more attacking opportunities. She wants to crush her opponent. In the middle game. Why did I get these trophies for? It's some chess tournaments, but not very important ones. So yeah. Let's see. So white to move again. Now what would be a normal move here? So we could try to go knight g to f3, I'm a little bit worried that this might cause some problems. Black goes f6. So our problem here is basically that this knight won't have a retreat score. So this might, it looks like a natural move, but might not be what Anna-Maja chooses here. I also don't like that black can bring the knight over to f5. Like, I feel this is like a strong square for the knight, because it attacks e3, and g4, if we want to kick it out, it will be kind of risky. We have to prepare it. Maybe some queen move so that we defend e3. Maybe some king move, maybe something like this. But yeah. Looks like a tough game ahead. Thank you, Jim Toms. Thank you. Is g4 an idea at any point? I mean, it is definitely an idea, but we must also be careful that we don't weaken our position too much, because, you know, let's say a knight is on f5, right, and we kick it with g4. Black could play like knight h4, and all these squares are unprotected, so we might run into some trouble. But if Anna-Maja feels risky, she might try to play g4. g4. Larbo is also saying g4. Okay, so let's see what happens if we go g4 here immediately. I feel like, okay, how can black try to exploit that? See, the engine already is saying black is better. I feel like black would try to somehow bring the queen to the king side. Like, maybe kick us away with f6, forcing the knight back to f3. And then something like, I don't know, queen b7, queen, you know, we could be threading some stuff like that. It looks a little bit too weakening, because we castled on the king side. Like, pushing pawns like that does not look very principled. It still could be a move, though. It still could be a move. It does gain space. Should hope that the opponent automatically plays f5 to secure e4, then it is all beautiful. Yeah, f5 though wouldn't... Like, I think this square is better for the knight, right? I don't know. If knight on f5, g4 blunders. Yes, I'm talking about ideas. So yeah, obviously blunders knight e3, but the assumption here is that we will have our queen defending, or some other piece, maybe a rook, defending e3. Okay, so Anna is still thinking here what to do after castling. I guess he expected that move, so maybe it should be more like trying to come up with a plan or something. And yeah. Scuffed is more fun than normal. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel a bit more exposed when the stream is scuffed, because I know that since you guys are not looking at Anna-Maja, more people are looking at me. So I feel a bit more nervous. We could also consider taking on e4 here. Although again, I don't like this f5, that the fact that this f5 square belongs to black. But we could consider something like this. And just say, you know, this pawn is weak. And we could somehow maybe try to attack it. Maybe we can play like knight c4. In fact, yeah, queen c2. Queen c2 actually might be a move. Then again, the problem is that black plays f6. So this f6 idea, you know, is just forcing our knight to go back. And then again, black can go like knight f5 or something. And this position is already starting to look good for black with the bad moves I made. So maybe bishop takes c4, not a good idea. Of course, black is better thanks to pawn still being on f7. I see a lot of junior players automatically doing it in these positions. That's why there is hope. Okay, thank you for the insight, Jim Toms. Yeah, it's possible that he goes f5, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not quite a big fan of the handling of the position here by Anna. Like, to me, it felt like here bishop b5 was just much more natural than 95. Like, we shouldn't have let the opponent off the hook too early. Like, again, bishop check. I guess she was afraid of some kind of endgame. Like, she didn't want to play this endgame, but or this position. But this just looks much better for white. Like, queen is coming to g4 or to c2. This pawn is very weak. As long as we get off the bishop, that should be, yeah. But knight 95, we allow the opponent to castle, and now we can't trade bishops anymore. Like, if we could get rid of this bishop, if we get rid of these bishops, then we could still take on e4 and go like queen c2, queen g4, queen h5. But maybe Anna just wants to attack somehow. Okay, so as Larbeau is predicted, so Anna is going for an all-out attack. And her move g2 to g4, guys. I mean, you know that Anna is quite a big fan of pushing the g-pawn. So here's his, usually she does it with black. She likes to do it in the French defense, where sometimes black goes for g7 to g5. And here she does it with white, g4. I think Alberto will be, if he is still here, will be very proud of this move. g4, did she play it? Yes, she did. Alessia would also be proud, I think, of this g4. So yeah, 13 g4 is on the board. I don't know. It looks double-edged. It looks double-edged. I did say that I didn't like it. So the reason I don't like it is it weakens a lot of squares. But if we can get like king h1, rook g1 or something, then maybe. But yeah, g4 is definitely... no, we do have the live BGN. Yes, we do have it. So black is thinking after g4. Anna spent about 4 minutes on g4. So she has 1 hour and 9 minutes. The opponent has 59 minutes. So yeah, g4, as people in chat said, I didn't believe she would play this move, but she's going all out, it seems. I mean, maybe she's just hoping that the opponent will just make a mistake in defending, you know? Maybe she... It is a normal idea to attack on the king side. I'm just a bit worried about the squares we leave behind. And I'm also worried about this move, f6. That kicks our knight out of this active position. And then we have no pieces to support our advanced pawns. So, yeah. Did he say anything about going to the cam? I think he tried to go to the cam and it looked like it was working apparently, but there is no feed. This is what Vlad told me, at least. So I guess, yeah, we shouldn't just, we just shouldn't bother him further, I think. We've bothered him enough, I would say. But yeah, we don't really know what's causing it. It looks like Dina is also having the same issue, from what I'm having in the chat. Blame Apple, yeah. I mean, I don't know. You blame the stand? I mean, I guess this is fun because people can create their own theories to, to why there have been so many technical issues. But yeah, I don't know. Alberto likes to flex, guys. Alberto is just saying, you know what, Alessia has too few games with g4. I am the true king of g4. 5,000 games with g4, wow. That is... I mean, most of them are bullet, I assume, but still, that's some dedication to g4. Yeah, maybe it's like rotating. I think that is what caused the issue. I think when the game ends, the cam will work again. Yeah. Hello, Bosman. Welcome, welcome. Yes, Bluebird saying, you know, you should, maybe Alberto should make more streams, you know, G4. I saw GM Solver, he was making like Title Tuesday stream, um, and starting every game with a G pawn. But he played G3 and G6. He's not a Grobe fan. So people were disappointed because they were, you know, they saw G pawn, they expected some Grobe games. But he was just playing, you know, this modern defense and some recty stuff, which are pretty close. You know, most people don't like them. But yeah. Glamdring is not a fan of G4. Despite his name having starting and ending with G, he doesn't like pushing the G pawn. Hannah's goose opening? No, I don't know it. I don't watch much of Hannah, unfortunately, because time zones are weird. So you can teach us, Blue Boy. As if Black has responded. Okay. So Black has responded with to G4 with G6. Which is not, apparently, according to the engine, is not a good response. I don't like G6 either. Why are we weakening our position for no reason? Like, I guess he was too afraid of F5. He was too afraid of F5. But this move, especially when Black lacks a dark squared bishop, is leaving lasting weaknesses on the dark squares. Like F6 is very weak. H6 is very weak. So it looks like Anna's G4 kind of bluff has worked. Because, okay, now, you know, we will have something to play for. Maybe, you know, we can get some rook to the H file at some point. Maybe we can even try H4, H5. I wouldn't be that surprised. This is very, very interesting position because both players are weakening their king side, but one is doing so to attack, one is doing so to defend. So I would say Anna has the advantage here. Like, even though the computer thinks this is equal, I would say it's easier to play for white. So I do, after G6, I do like Anna's position. Okay, so what is the opening? So I think I saw it briefly, and it's like G4, G5, and then H4. Goose goes honk, G4, G5. But what if Black prevents it? Glamrin saying, I actually have a worse record against G4 than any opening move, although it's statistically irrelevant as only 4 games. Yeah, it's not a very common opening. The goose goes honk. Okay. Maybe we can convince Anna to play that in her next OTB game. I mean, clearly she likes pushing the G pawn anyway. So why not do it on move 1? You work around it, but must get those moves in, even as Black. G5 to 4 H5. Okay. We've got a lot of G pawn and Joers in the chat, I feel like. Okay, so Anna's still thinking after G6. Let's try to think as well and see what could be like a good move. I think developing the queen might be a good idea. Like queen e2, you know, queen might end up on g2. We could consider that. What's wrong with queen e2? Let's see. Computer doesn't seem like a big fan of my move. Maybe queen c2. Yeah, putting some pressure. We could eventually consider sacrifice on g6. I think the reason why the opponent played g6 is because he was scared of the f pawn push, like f5. But now what happened is the inclusion of these two moves is very good for us because, well, this is what he played. because the knight can no longer go to the f5 square. So yeah, that is good for us. We prevented the knight from developing actively and attacking our e3 pawn, so we have a little bit more freedom with our development. But Anna is still thinking. We could also consider taking an e4, maybe. As I said before, this is always a consideration. The saddling black with a weak pawn on e4. But she's not going for it, I think, because if she wanted to, she would have gone for it earlier. Hannah crossed 2000 blitz with this opening. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised, like, because openings don't matter too much in Bleach. So, yeah, if you're like 2200, you should be able to be at least 2000 with this. I mean, even with a bone cloud, I think you should be at least 2000. I mean, sometimes when I'm very tilted or very drunk or very tired, I play very bad openings as well. Actually, one of my last games, I overdid it. You might be able to find that game in my recent ones. So I played g3. My opponent played g3. I played knight f6. He played bishop g2. And in my 3 a.m. state of mind, I played b6, guys. Guess what my opponent did next? He took my rook on a8. So, yeah, okay, I didn't win that game. But basically, you can find people playing all kinds of stuff. Is my guess. By the way, my rating was like 2300. So my opponent got some free rating points in that game. That was a pure Khazarian gambit. Maybe, yeah. Maybe I just thought of Anna-Maja, and that's why the move b6 came into my mind. Okay, so now Anna-Maja has thought so long that she's now even on time with her opponent. So both players have 59 minutes. This is going to the wire. I think this is going to a time scrabble. Like, both players are playing pretty slow. The position is starting to become more complicated. There will be some tactical ideas soon, I believe, for both sides. So it makes sense that this will go down to the wire. We're not gonna have a short game. Current streamer ratings. I love how Kaiser is updating us both on Twitch and YouTube with the streamer rankings. Unfortunately, there is not a streamer prize in this tournament. That would be a fun challenge, I think. Although maybe a bit unfair. Like some streamers are higher rated than others. Like there are streamers. I think Anna-Maja might actually be the higher rated from all the streamers who are streaming their games every day. I don't think we have another 2200 because Dina has dropped from 2200. Yeah, so I think Anna-Maja might be the highest rated, and she's tied with Dina, as you can see on the rankings. But yeah, we have streamers as low as like 1600 streaming, so it wouldn't be fair to make like a streamers competition, I guess. Maybe they should have a streamer prize of most illy gained. Actually, that's a very good idea. If the organizers are listening to us, maybe for next year that could be a fun idea. If you want to make a streamer prize, you can make like, yeah, most rating gained or something. Although that kind of benefits sandbagging. But yeah, I don't know. Dina's playing Chinese and Indian kids in the USA. Yeah, I mean, the problem is in America they don't federate their tournaments. Like they only make them USCF rated. So you have guys who are like 1600 FIDE and 2200 USCF, and they play like 2000 in FIDE, which would be 2200 USCF. So it's quite, it's not that big fun to play in the US these opens as a high rated player. It might be fun, you know, if you're like underrated because you might win some prize. Like the prizes on US tournaments are much bigger than European ones usually. Is most elo gain similar to best results? So the point of doing it with most elo is because some streamers are much low rated than others, so it would be unfair. For instance, we have like Lula Robs, who is rated 1600, and she's scoring like what 3 points or something. So it would be unfair to compare her with Anna-Maja, who is like a much better player. So that's why Blue Boy uh, said it should be for most elo gained. Yeah. Does rating even matter if she has WGM? I mean, I've never met a chess player who didn't care about their rating. So yeah, I think it does matter. Like, I'm yeah, I don't know. I think it does matter. I think she would prefer to be 2300 rather than 2100. I think she wants to get back to at least 2200. So that's why she's playing all these tournaments. Okay, so we have a move. Anna-Maja has moved her queen, queen c2, connecting the rooks, preparing maybe rook a to e1, just completely in development. So it's kind of a weird balance between, you know, there is this chapter, there is this Jacob Agard book that's called Attack and Defense, and he talks there about this balance between evolution and revolution. So evolution is just, you know, improving the position, putting your pieces in better squares. So moves like queen c2, right? And then you have revolution, which is moves like g4. So usually you first improve the position, then you play moves like g4. Now here, Anna-Maja has done kind of the opposite. So first played g4, f4, g4, all these moves that change the nature of the position, and now she's improving her pieces with queen c2. So it's a bit of inverted. She kind of inverted this concept. But it's a good move, queen c2, because again, it improves her pieces. Black doesn't really have much to do here. He did prevent f5, but this g6 is a bit weakening. And we also threaten this guy on e4. So Black has to decide what to do with this knight. Does he want to take it? This should probably be good for us, because now our queen takes, and g6 gonna be weak. We can put this queen on g2. We can threaten this f5 break maybe. So yeah, does he want to move it back? Probably that would be the best idea. Just go back, and that also puts an additional defender to the f5 square. I don't see what else he can do. Like f5, of course, looks terrible, absolutely terrible. Should never be a consideration even. So it's either this, I think, or knight d6, and I think knight d6 might be better. Maybe knight f6 is also possible, but it looks a bit awkward there because you could always go g5 here, or even f5, and then the knight would be unprotected from a rook attack. So yeah, queen c2 has been played. Is there a place we can check how many norms a player has? I don't think so. That would actually be quite a good addition to make a website like that. Maybe 2700 chess could make it, or someone who has a lot of chess stats. Would I rather be 2300 in Europe or 2100 in USA, but have like twice the money for playing? I mean, I'm not playing chess for money, so I would Yeah, I would rather be 2300 in Europe. I don't know. My goal with chess is not to make money, guys. It's to learn, improve, and have fun, basically. So yeah, it's an easy answer for me. And I don't think Dina is making that much money from playing these tournaments in the US. I mean, if she's not winning, do you think they pay her appearance fees? That's kind of weird. I guess maybe she's a famous streamer, but I mean, I think what happens is like they give her some conditions for playing, but paying her extra money it seems too much to me. Interesting positions. Knights on e4 and e5. True, but this knight is we're trying to get it out of e4. Black is not challenging our knight on e5. Her, I'm sorry for not noticing you at all, by the way. I'm sorry for not saying hi. Good night. Good night. Enjoy. And thank you for the compliments. Okay, black's thinking after queen c2. So black is down to 52 minutes. Anna-Maja has 57. So both players taking quite a bit of time here. This game feels a little more slow paced than yesterday's game, and yesterday's game did go to a time scramble. So I think this one will go too. So I thought this would be like normal time for Blue Boy, and it's like 11 p.m. So it's already Blue Boy's bedtime. I just imagined all the nice thing you'd have said to me. No, I did notice you, just forgot to say hi. I don't know what I would have said. Nice hair or something like that, I don't know. Yes, Blue Boy, it's your bedtime. You should sleep. D4 is a boring game. Why watch a D4 game? But yeah, it's interesting decision to play D4. So I don't know. I wonder what this guy plays. Like if someone in the chat can do a quick research for me. What does Gunnar Erik Gudmundsson play against 1e4? Like we want to know what opening uh, Anna-Maja was afraid of facing, and she played d4. Took her opponent out of prep. Yeah, but she could have done that with e4, surely. So I'm not, I'm not a big fan of this position. Of this, it looks too speculative for me. I wouldn't dare play like this in an OTB game. Of course, Anna-Maja knows better, I guess, and it's always good to be attacking. But yeah, it is the Sicilian. Okay, he's played French in Reykjavik. Okay, so French and Sicilian, I guess. He's the main Sveshnikov player. I mean, Sveshnikov's very solid opening, but I think it's easier to get advantage against Sveshnikov than it is to get with his f4 line. Unless the opponent is very well prepared. I don't know. Like, I'm also doubling with his Sveshnikov, and there was some guy playing some random g4, h4 against me, and he crushed me because I didn't know theory. My theory stopped at like move 15. He knew up to move like 20 apparently. So I got crushed. But yeah, I guess he didn't want to play a Sicilian game. Makes sense. Or a French game. But I think Anna likes facing the French actually with the white. She plays some exchange variation, but she likes this position. I don't know. He's scoring 80% with black and Sveshnikov. I mean, yeah, he's a junior, so he mostly plays like in junior Icelandic tournaments, and he's one of the best juniors, so he wins most of his games. So, yeah, I don't know. I know she likes facing the Sicilian. I mean, there is difference between Sicilians. You know, she might like playing against the Najdorf, but not like playing against Sveshnikov. It's very different depending on what you face. She was not inspired by my games in Trampowski. That sounds suspicious, Jim Solver. Mods, do you think we should add GM Solver to the people we can blame? So we should have like a command, blame GM Solver or something. Or is that not a good idea? Because he will leave us. Okay, let's see if the opponent responded. Okay, so guys, you wouldn't guess the opponent's move here. At least I wouldn't. So guess how black defended the knight on e4. It's the move I said was terrible. So yeah, black, as GM Toms predicted earlier, he said black here might be afraid and play f5. So that's exactly what her opponent did. f5. That looks very strange to me. Like, look at all these weak pawns now. So black has made the move I said, well, there's no way you play f5, right? And he plays f5. So black is trying to do it some kind of double stonewall, but this surely doesn't work. Like, white is much better prepared for this structure than black. Like, black's pieces are all over the place. This bishop is terrible. Like, this bishop will never get out now. So after f5, Anna played knight takes e4. So she's exchanging these knights, she's forcing black to recapture, and then the pawns are just weak, right? I mean, this knight is much better than this knight, this bishop is much better than the bishop. So white should be better. I wonder if she could have also taken with the bishop on e4. I would have considered that at least. Because now, you know, your knight might somehow be useful. I don't know, something like this, or even this. Again, my arrows are all over the place. But bishop takes maybe was also a consideration. She took with the knight. But yeah, this f5 is very strange. Like, maybe the opponent just has no idea what to do in this kind of structures. And this is why Anna went for it. I play c4 before f5. Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, I forgot to mention the move c4. The problem with c4 is that it doesn't defend though. So you can't do that. I take here, and you don't have time to play f5. I already took the pawn. So you don't have enough time to play c4. Fly you fools. So you played f5, and we took bishop take e4. And he took with the f pawn. Wait, knight e4, d e4, dc5. Okay, let's check that. Hello. Thank you. Knight e4, d e4. I mean, why would you play d e4 though? Isn't d e4 just allow bishop c4? D takes c5? What? Okay, I think Alberto just mixed up something, because this is bad though, because this just allows the bishop to go here. Okay, Alberto is just posting troll lines. This is what was played. Bishop takes e4, f takes e4. So this is the current position. And we do like this for white quite a bit, right? Because, oh, wait. No, she took it. Guys, I'm confused. She took with a knight. Okay, so took with a knight. F takes e4. This is the current position. This is the current position. So our bishop is attacked. But we like this for white quite a bit, because this bishop is much better than this bishop, and this knight is much better than this knight. Basically, this is the reason. And also, black has weak pawns. Like, black has wasted moves to play g6 and h6, and these pawns are just weaker than if they were on g7 and a7. Like, if black could play g7 or h7, he would probably do it. So white is much better here, structurally. Not sure if she can go like for an immediate attack, but at least positionally speaking, white is much better. So Anna has pulled the bishop back to e2. I think the computer wanted bishop forward to b5, so there is some idea. Maybe she didn't consider. Bishop to b5, and the idea is that after a6, let's say, the bishop goes to d7. And now, this pawn is very difficult to defend. In fact, black probably has to go bishop c8. And then we can pull this bishop back to c6. And our bishop is staying on c6, and it's very well. If black trades, then okay, we can play this endgame, which is much better for white because this knight is dominating this bishop. So yeah, so bishop b5 is probably what the computer wanted, but Anna just moved her bishop calmly back to e2. Yes, Flavos Ringed is playing against Tanya Shachdev, and he should be on a DGT board because they are on 5 points as well. See you, Alberto. Thank you for hanging out. And hello, Wargame Store. Yes, good luck. We all wish to Anna. She has a good position here, and yeah, we hope that she keeps doing well and finishes the tournament with a win. Opponent is thinking, so opponent is already down to 45 minutes, and it doesn't really look like he has much of an idea of what to do. It's tough to play this position as black. Like, you know that your bishop is terrible, but you don't have any idea to improve it. You know that your king side is weak. Like, and black, when he's thought for some time, he's came up with some very strange moves. Like f5, g6. I didn't understand any of these moves. Like, it looks like black is playing some kind of checkers in the center, just putting everything on the light squares while having a light squared bishop. That doesn't make much sense. So yeah, white is better on position, better on the clock. It's all looking well for Anna-Maja. Which position is the current one? Yes, the one I have on the board. I try, at least for most of the stream, to have the current position on the board. So yeah, the last move was bishop d3 back to e2. And black has just moved king to g7, which is a move that makes sense. At least defending some of the weak pawns against white's oncoming attack. So yeah, king to g7 has been played. Now, again, black would prefer to have all of this just one square back, but since the pawns are on g6 and h6 and cannot move back, someone has to defend them, right? So yeah, black is probably preparing, as Blue Boy is saying, the idea of king g7 is probably to defend pawn g6 in order to prepare the knight to challenge our white knight. So this is the strongest minor piece on the board. So black wants to trade it, basically. I would consider a plan like rook d1 and c4. Okay, so you want to kind of open the position, I guess. So rook d1, black will probably go here. And you say c4. Okay. Now we have to be a little bit careful with opening the position up. First of all, we have to be careful how to deal with knight c6, because again, I said this g4 move might be weakening. Black can take here, and we're running into some troubles here because, okay, let's say we take like this, right, to open up the rook. Black can go with something like d4, and if this diagonal opens, this might be very bad for us. So we have to be careful with this move knight c6. So black is not without play here. So maybe a good idea, this is not the position, maybe a good idea for Anna would be to somehow try to prevent this idea, right? So again, I think maybe queen a4 might be the solution here, just preventing knight c6 for now, and maybe even you could even consider trading queens here, although it's not so clear who this benefits. But I would maybe go for such an idea because these pawns are very weak. So in an endgame, maybe Anna can try to exploit them. Imagine if the queens get off the board and we play bishop here, and somehow we manage to do this sidestep again, go bishop c6, trade these bishops for the knight, and play a knight against bishop endgame. I think the way white wins this positionally is a knight versus bishop endgame. Of course, Anna's probably having the mind on how she can checkmate her opponent instead of how she can win an endgame, because she's a tactical player. So maybe she's thinking, I don't know, maybe she's thinking king h1, rook g1, g5 or something, I don't know. Or bishop d1, queen f2 and f5. Some pompous, I don't know. The black knight on e4 is no more. Yes, exactly. We've gotten rid of our opponent's strong knight, and our strong knight remains for now. And it is Anna's job to try and keep this knight and not allow it to be exchanged. Because if it's exchanged, then the position becomes much more drawish. Hello, Robert, by the way, from Mexico. I'll not try to speak Spanish again. It's still early in the morning over here, and I hope to get a win in the last round. Thank you so much, and thank you for tuning in, even though it's so early for you. Yves Leroy says rook f2 is an idea. I like this move. It's again an improving move where we are going for rook a to f1, and again, just making our position better, bringing the last piece into the game. However, black, we still have to deal with this. So, I don't know. Maybe the idea is, to go rook a1 and a knight e5 to take with the f pawn. And try to claim that white is better here. I mean, it is true, but because the position is so locked, I feel like this might be somehow holdable for black, because okay, the bishop is terrible, but if this becomes like a bishop endgame, all of black's pawns will somehow be defended. This might be enough for a draw. So I see trades coming down the f file, bishops are remaining, and maybe drawn endgame. But yeah, rook f2 definitely an interesting idea. GM Solver is trying to make me pronounce Polish names. I will not do that. Who can... Okay, they're talking about women's prizes in the chat. Okay, so apparently quick draw by Gary Fulino. I mean, she was playing a GM, so I guess it makes sense, right? Okay, so Anna has indeed played, I think that is the best move. Anna has played queen a4. I like this move. Queen a4 is trying to prevent black from executing knight c6. So Anna has, has asked herself, which is a good practice to do during your games, especially your classical games when you have a lot of time to think. So Anna's asked herself, why did my opponent play king g7? He played king g7 to defend this pawn so that this knight can be freed. So black is threatening knight c6. So what can I do to prevent it? Let's move my queen up to a4. Well, the queen was here. Queen up to a4. This also might prepare some queenside expansion, I think. Like maybe she's thinking, you know, maybe it can go like b4, put the rook on the b file, try to gain some space on this side of the board as well. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Okay, you can see the evil bar now saying plus 0.7. So white is better. Queen a4 can be pushed back with a6 and b5. I guess, but my guess is that we have enough time. Like if black plays a6 here, we probably have enough time to put something on d7. Like even knight d7. There is this, and c5 is hanging maybe. So yeah, it's also important to note that we're threatening to put something on d7. I initially wanted to put the queen here, but especially if black goes a6, knight d7 might also be an idea, and this also might be an idea. So notice that this pawn is defending. Actually, nobody's attacking this knight. So we could actually have a plan. Like if black does nothing, let's say black plays a6, as I said. We could also play this, and after bc5, then go knight d7. Now this is a double attack on the rook and the pawn, so this would win a pawn for white. Oh, knight d7, b5. Let's see. a6, knight d7, b5. So here actually we can take the rook, because on b takes a4 we have a royal fork winning the queen. And white is up in exchange, and the pawn, and completely winning. Yeah. So this doesn't work. Yeah, this is actually important that it doesn't work, because otherwise we would be losing a knight. But yeah, we do have this and this. So actually black's move king g7 exposed the black to this fork. So queen a4 is actually a really nice move, exploiting the drawbacks of black's last move. More Polish words in the chat. Okay, guys. I don't even know how half of these letters are pronounced. The pawns are on the wrong color for white. Actually, no. Like it would be much worse for us if the pawns were on white colors, because then our bishop would be very blocked. So like this, it's good for us because this bishop is bad. But what I said earlier is that if only the bishops remain, then because of the block nature of the position, this might be a drawn endgame. So yeah, put it in translate and press read. Okay, I will not do that, Matthew. No, I don't. I mean, yeah, I don't know. You're just trolling me. Hello, David. Welcome. I just woke up at this unearthly hour. Oh, yeah, you're from Canada, so it's also too early for you, right? Is this the position? Yes, this is the current position. Black is thinking. We're 14 minutes up on the clock. 52 minutes for Anna-Maja, 38 minutes for the opponent. Okay, guys, I have to tell you a little secret. So I waited the entire stream until David was in the chat, because I just wanted to do this. This is the new form of commentary. I finally figured out how to rotate the board. And he's been asking this the entire streams, so we finally figured out. Okay, now I have to figure out how to move it back. It's probably this, right? Okay. So this for you. Yes, guys, I'm a boomer. It takes me 6 days to figure out how to rotate the board. Control plus Z. Wait, do you have... What? Control plus Z. Doesn't this just cut the board or something? Oh, Control plus Z is undo, right? Okay. You'll send me a gyro? It would have looked better with a camera though, because the original source of the joke was, you know, so that the camera matches the board. But, yeah. Press X on chess.com to flip board. But how do you rotate the board? This was the question, because you can't do that on chess.com, but I can do that with OBS. So it's easier that way, I guess. Wroclaw? Wroclaw is easy, right? I assume it's pronounced like that. I should go to a tournament in Poland, just for fun. I mean, my rating is terrible anyway, so it wouldn't matter if it drops even more, right? You just realized there is no camera? Yeah, there isn't, unfortunately. It died again. Or, well, something is wrong with the phone, apparently, because it was working for like... It was working until Anna disappeared from the phone. So as soon as the phone was not in the hands of Anna, it probably felt lonely and turned itself off or something. Okay, okay, no. I'm resisting the temptation to pronounce random Polish words. Maybe if you guys keep spamming them, I will not resist anymore. But the new old phone. Yeah, I don't know. We just blame iPhones, guys. The one day he turns it 90 degrees. You know what can I do? Also, now that I learned this, I can turn my camera 90 degrees as well. Or when we call Anna-Maja after the game, I can turn her camera as well. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, black has moved. So black has played queen to d6. After quite a bit of thought, he's down to 37 minutes. Anna-Maja has 50 minutes. So she's skipping a time advantage. Opponent is protecting c6 again. And also protecting c5. So there won't be any forks with knight d7. So queen d6 probably is a good move. Yeah. Amen Black, thanks for the correction. Of course, the great job. Sorry, Dylan, by the way. I'm only taking YouTube comments every now and then. What is Anna next tournament and when will that be? Thank you for the question, Robert. So Anna's next tournament is going to be in Spain. It's a closed norm tournament. And I'm not sure about the dates, but it's like early April, right? Or is it... Actually, no, it starts... Mods can inform me of this. But I think it's like 27th? It starts on March, right? The next tournament. But yes, he's playing very soon in a norm tournament in Spain. And you guys will probably also be able to follow at least her games live. I don't know if there will be a stream like this one or if someone else will be commentating. Maybe Blue Boy will decide to do a face reveal and commentate for us. You never know. But 27 to 31. Oh, so okay. So yeah, you got your answer. So it's 27 to 31 of March. Which means, by the way, quite a few double rounds, I just realized. Because it's 9 games. Is it just double rounds every day? Well, that is going to be quite tiresome. Especially for Blue Boy, who will be commentating. But, yeah. Okay, 27 March, so 6 days from now. Okay. And Anna has done a move that I didn't expect her to make here. Interesting. Okay. So she's played bishop e2 to a6. So she's going for the trade of bishops. I guess she's really afraid of allowing knight c6, so she wants to keep her knight on e5. But trading bishops here seems a little bit positionally wrong. Like, I wouldn't think of that move, because I think this bishop is terrible. I really have a big prejudice against French bishops. Bye, Matthew. Bye, Matthew. Have fun. But yeah, I really think this bishop is very bad. Like, I wouldn't try to trade this bishop at all. I think black will just take the bishop happily. And okay, now our knight is a little bit better than this knight, but I don't really understand bishop a6 here. I think both players don't really have, you know, they're not d4 players, so they don't really know what to do in closed positions. Bishop a6 seems very strange to me. Like, this is a move I wouldn't make. But maybe Anna has some ideas. Maybe she wants to, you know, maybe she wants to put a queen on a6 and play some a4, a5 or something. I don't know. Rook f2, rook a f1. Yeah, this is maybe a plan for the future, I guess. But I don't like the move bishop a6. I think it's... But I think what happened is she didn't know how to prevent knight c6, so she played that. And to be honest, I don't know either, because if you play rook f2, right? Black is probably coming in with this. And it feels like your knight is getting traded. You can play here. I guess, yeah, this endgame, I guess, is slightly better for white. Yeah. To be honest, I don't really know how to evaluate this position either. But yeah, here, yeah, again, you can go here. If you take this should be, again, yeah, rook f6, important move. And also, we are also threatening a pawn here, right? We're also threatening, there will be king takes, I guess. So we're not. But the queen, let's say the queen goes here. Wait, no, the rook leaves a7. So actually this is a valid threat, I think. Yeah, this should be winning for us. So yeah, maybe rook a2, rook f2, rook a to f1 was the way to go. But trading the bishops seems a bit weird. Yeah, pawn a7 is hanging, exactly. White isn't cramped up as black. Yeah, I think white is still a bit better. But bishop a6 from a positional... I think if GM Rachmanov was listening, who is, you know, she's doing a course. Isn't her course like about positional chess? I'm a bit lost here. I believe her course is about positional chess, right? So if he was hearing that, he would not be pleased that the move bishop a6. Six out of 9 score will be nice. Yes, we hope for a win here. But yeah. Blue Boy reveals only to people he cares about. I'm very surprised also that black is thinking. Like, if I was black, I would instantly take on a6. What? Why would you ever be trying to keep that terrible French bishop? So, yeah, bishop takes a6 would be my instant move. But Black is thinking, and in fact, Black is down to 32 minutes. We have 48 minutes. So time travel could be a big issue because we're still on move 18. Black has used almost 2/3 of his time, and we're not even halfway to the time control. So Black will definitely be forced to make a lot of quick moves. Now, if we go to an endgame, that wouldn't be a problem because he can just make some maneuvering moves easily. Yeah, Blue Boy has met quite a few people. So, but we haven't seen any pictures of that. So, I don't know. Maybe we can blackmail Maria or Hannah to send us a picture of Blue Boy. Well, two that we know of. There might be others that we don't. You never know. Okay, so I'm really surprised the opponent has not insta-captured on a6. I wonder what he might be thinking of. Like, what other move would you make here? Like rook b8 or what? There's still the threat of some queen to d7 lurking. Or maybe he's concerned about our queen getting active on a6 somehow. Oh, there is another. See, I already discovered something. There is another one who has met Blue Boy. Hannah should leak pics of Blue Boy. Is leak banned on the Twitch chat, by the way? Interesting. Should leak pics of Blue Boy and charge like $5 per pic. This is way too cheap for Blue Boy. I mean, we've been waiting to meet him for like 4 years. Just $5 feels like we're ripping her off or something. Okay, Black's still thinking. 29 minutes. Interesting. I can't see the second. Can you guys help me? Like, what other move is there apart from taking? Because I definitely cannot see it. Like, okay, of course White is threatening the bishop. Maybe he's thinking like bishop c6? I don't know. But this just looks terrible. Like, why would we... I mean, first of all, this loses, right, to bishop b7. Surely bishop b7 is winning. So yeah, this is not gonna happen. If queen c6, again, the same idea. We can take, and bishop b7 wins. So, yeah, I don't understand what Black is thinking about. Maybe he can play like queen c7, try to defend like that. But that runs into the same problem of bishop b7, queen c7, dc5, bc5, knight d7 forking these two guys. There might be rook c8 though, which defends. Oh, but apparently the computer hates that. Oh, yeah, this is a nice tactic. So knight takes c5 still works because after rook takes c5 we have queen b4 fork, and we're picking up the rook. So yeah, I don't think that works. Rook to b8. So I thought Rookie recommended the rook move, but Blue Boy actually is the one who did it. So rook b8 could also be a move. I not here. I also thought maybe rook b8, but okay. Now you're giving a chance for White to just go back and keep this bishop. I would definitely trade it. And okay, also your rook is not doing much on b8. I can just improve my position, like rook c1. I don't know. So, yeah, Black is still thinking. What is the time situation? So, Anna-Maja has 48 minutes. This is move 18. And the opponent has 27. So we're up 20 minutes on the clock. And the opponent is going to be very pressured on time. So I would already start thinking about kind of exploiting the situation, which means keeping more pieces on the board. Because we need to keep the position complicated. So I would already think about kind of exploiting my opponent's time deficit. This is why I need to do Puzzle Storm. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm obviously a very weak chess player, so take my advice with a grain of salt. But I don't think that Blue Boy's problem is that he needs to do more tactics, because I think that he goes like too much for tactics. That is my assessment. Like, he goes for sacks that aren't there very often. So I don't know what would my recommendation be. Maybe some. Maybe you could train some tactics on chess tempo. Do you know the site chess tempo? They have some very cool tactics, and often they have, some tempting moves that are wrong because of in between moves of the opponent. I think this is maybe a good suggestion, because then you'd be able to see why some of your moves are wrong. So yeah, if you have some free time, you can try this site out. I said the puzzle storm because there are simple tactics which I miss. Anna said the same. Here did not see knights 5 rooks 5 queen d4. Yeah, okay, that, I mean, it can't hurt you, it can't hurt you, but it might be a bit weird to treat every position like a puzzle. Why are there apocalyptic dog noises in the background? What? Were there some dogs barking? I didn't notice. No, this is kind of I'm getting used to it. We do have some dogs barking, but it shouldn't be audible on the stream. Unless, I don't know, it's like my computer going crazy or something. Excuse me, but queen a4 need to move on the king side. So Mikhail is saying we need to play like queen. We need to move to the king side. And that might be a plan for the future. For now, our queen is protecting her bishop on a6. And also it's black to move. Okay, he did move. Now this time that I'm mumbling. Bishop takes a6 has been played. We took. And black played rook f to c8. So black is shifting the attention towards the queen side. Which is interesting. So this probably is going to be more of a positional game, I guess, because we don't really have enough pieces to attack the king side anymore. The bishops are gone though, so what other imbalance can we exploit in order to gain an advantage? I do like this move a4 here. As I said earlier, I feel like our queen on a6 staring down on this queen on d6 might be an advantage. So a4, a5, opening a second front on the queen side, I feel is like a good idea. So maybe Anna is going for that, and that's why she went bishop a6 in the first place. Maybe she's thinking of just going with a4. So the opponent is on 27 minutes, we're on 46. So we have quite a bit of time to think here about what is our next plan. And let's see if we can outplay our opponent this kind of late middle game stage. We are still on move 20 though, so it's move 20 and half of the pieces are gone off the board already. There's 4 pieces left for each player. I would say if one more piece gets traded, we will have an endgame. Some people ask, like, what is the line between middle game and endgame? It's often hard to define. I would say actually, like, the endgame may be starting when you only have like 2 kinds of pieces remaining. So let's say the queens are traded here. We have a rook and knight endgame, right? You don't hear people saying I have a queen, rook, and knight endgame. So 3 different kind of pieces might mean we're still in the middle game. But yeah, a4, we definitely like here that move. And I think that is why we put the queen on a6. I can't really find any other justification for the move bishop e6, because that's trading away black's bad bishop. So what do we gain in return? I guess a good square for a queen, right? Can pressure this. Black didn't defend the queen, so a5 will remain a threat. How does white prevent knight c6? So let's say we play a4 and black goes knight to c6. What would we play then? I mean, maybe we don't need to prevent, because we can simply play a5, and black now might think that they can take here, but this is not true. We can just take, and this pin still, we are exploring this pin, so this wins a piece. Black might try to take with the pawn, but again, rook takes a5, and this is again a pin, and the rook will be able to take on c5. We are entering the position with very, very good. We also have some threats like queen b7 and check rook a6. So this is good. Now after a5, black might also try knight takes e5, but this is why we keep the rook on f1, because after f takes e5, our rook opens up. It is also with tempo, so black does not have enough time to play rook f8, which means after the queen goes back, we can put a rook on f6, which is really important. We're getting this protected square in our opponent's camp, and if now black tries to kick us out with rook f8, we have some tactics. A takes b6, and after a takes b6, we can give even this position a consideration. We've already won a pawn, I believe. Let me do a quick count. No, we have not. I'm just blind. But we have just 2 rooks for the queen, which is considered very good for us. And here we can just start slowly improving, maybe bringing this rook over like this. And the black queen will always be tied to preventing against rook f7. So this position should be technically winning for white. So our plan of a4, a5 is here very strong. But let's see if Anna will find it, because she's thinking, and this is not a very tactical position, so she has to think a little bit differently. So she has to think a little bit more structurally, which might not be what she wants to do. I'm sure that if there was like a way to have a checkmating attack, she would go for it. But not all games can be won with this kind of mindset. Sometimes you need to switch it up a little bit. So let's see if Anna can play in a more like playing against the opponent's structure. Can you explain why your camera has no trouble working and Anna-Maja's fails? Is this a plot? Do you have a confession to make? I mean, you can draw your own conclusions, guys. I don't know. Is Magnus there? I don't think Magnus is in Reykjavik unless there's something I'm missing. He's definitely not playing in the tournament. This tournament is too weak for Magnus. The highest rated player in the tournament is Bogdan Deak, who is like 2700. He's like number 50 in the world or so. No, he's actually much higher. Probably like number 25. But players like Magnus, Hikaru, Caruana, Aronian, all these guys, they usually play in very close tournaments. This is a very open tournament. This is 400 people from all over the world playing. With various ratings, some guys who are playing their first tournament, some guys who are very experienced players, like our streamer, who's been playing for like 20 years or so. So yeah, it's a very open tournament. A lot of the top guys aren't playing, but a lot of strong players still playing. Like, if you follow top level chess, you probably know. Oh, I got debated. Yeah, he's saying Magnus is playing. Magnus Orlefsson. That's very funny. Okay, I got debated there by Ime. Shout out to Ime. Yeah. So yeah, there is a Magnus playing, but not Magnus Carlsen. But yeah, I was saying like if you follow top level chess, you might have heard the name Vasil Ivanchuk, who is a legendary player, and he is playing in this tournament. And he's not even winning the tournament. So there are some players who are stronger than him, even now. Yeah, this was a funny comment. Okay, so good news, guys. Anna has played the move a4, so she's found the plan, which I guess was her idea of playing bishop a6. So we like this move, a4, putting some pressure on black. We want to play a5 and, you know, start making threats. White is still, I mean, the computer is saying the position is equal, saying plus 0.2. But white is still in the driver's seat. White is the one making threats. She is controlling the game. She's controlling also the clock situation. Black is down to 25 minutes. And black is the one going to have to defend. I like the move a4 because black will at the very least have to spend a lot of time dealing with white's threats, finding the best way. So either he makes a mistake or he finds a good move, but he will have to spend a lot of time and he might make mistakes later. So we really like this move a4, and the idea is to just push the pawn forward to a5, try to make inroads in the queen side, and exploit the active position of our queen on a6 and the pin along the 6th rank to the queen on d6. So black has to defend in some way or another, and it's not a very easy task. Let's say black tries to defend the queen like this, right? You might think this gets rid of the pin, but we can still play a5. And now there is a different pin we can use. There is also this pin, because if black does something random, let's say king h7, yeah, well, king h7 blunders this 4, so not very random. But let's say king g8, we will take 8x b6, and the idea is that after 8x b6, again, we are sacrificing the queen, but this is not really a sacrifice. We're getting 2 rooks for it, which are worth more than a queen. And also we're getting, I don't know where the king is going, we're also getting a beautiful open a file for both of our rooks. This again should be a winning position. So this a4 a5 idea is intended to break apart black's structure. Let's see now how black does react to this. So black has played the move rook to c7, which I guess is a good move, protecting the 7th rank. And maybe the idea is you're protecting the a7 pawn. Maybe his idea is that after a5 we will play rook to b8 and get out of the pin. And the idea is that after 8x b6 he probably wants to take with the rook. So rook c7 is an interesting move. Alright, I'm going for lunch and stuff. Hope to be back towards the end game. Good luck. Yes, I mean, this is going to last, I think, quite a bit longer. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. And, or however they say it in French. I'm not a French-speaking guy. Yeah, enjoy. So rook to c7, and she's just played a5. Yes, Cruz, you can make a request. So a5 on the board, and we expect, I guess, the reason he played rook c7 is he wants to get the rook out of the a file. When you read our comments, can you do it in our accents? No, I'm not a good impersonator, I think. So yeah, I don't think I can do many accents well. I'm sorry for not honoring your request. I will just read your comments with my Greek accent. The a5 has been played, and he's played rook b8, so confirming our suspicions that he just wants to move the rook out of here. So black has dealt with this a pawn push, and his idea is that after we take here, he wants to take rook takes b6 and put some pressure on our pawn on b2. So maybe we should not take on b6. We should keep the pressure for a later moment. Maybe this is a good time to maybe switch it up a little bit. Go to the king side maybe somehow. How can we do that? I don't really know. What is this? He sounds like a battery-driven hand tool. Axel, read this please. Sower truer? Is that like an Australian thing again? Flubo is teaching me Australian, guys. Okay. Rook b8. Yeah, so how can we continue to put pressure here? I think a good idea. I like this move, maybe queen to b5. Looks interesting. Maybe it doesn't threaten much though. But black cannot take, because we take this guy. So this seems a little bit funny to me. This seems like a little bit of discord, uncoordinated pieces. So what? Guys, are you teaching me like bad words or something? I mean, you're mods, so you should behave, but I'm not sure I trust you guys. Any comments on the open and women candidates tournaments playing at the same time at the same place? Well, I don't know. Like, why would that be bad? I think that's a good thing, actually. Because, you know, men's candidates, they get, or open, I should say, they get quite a lot more attendance usually. So I think it's a good thing because they're helping to bring attention to the women's candidates this way. So someone who is buying a ticket for this event can also attend the women's event and maybe, you know, can find some really exciting games. A sword is a symbol of trust. Okay. I thought it was a symbol of, you know, taking actions. Who mods the mods? And then you see one mod's. Let's start a mod war. One mod deleting another's comment. 2 flies with 1 strike. I mean, yeah. I think it's an interesting idea. Hasn't it been done before? Probably not. Yeah, the women's world championship cycle is, I would say, it's a bit neglected by the federation. So maybe this is a cool idea to help, you know, bring more awareness to it. This is stage 2 of Action's takeover. Oh no. I'm getting dragged into all this mess. Just trying to commentate a simple game and they put me in some kind of civil war or something. 3. What is step 3, guys? Do you want to find out? Okay, let's see. So Anna is thinking on her 22nd move. She's got now 35 minutes. So she's actually not... She doesn't have that much time, but she has more time than her opponent at least. So what can we do? I said queen b5 is a move. We can try to bring our queen out, like queen e2, queen g2. Try to go to the king side. Now that we managed to push this pawn up, but I'm afraid that black might either go b5 or take on a5. If we remove our queen, he might actually use the b pawn against us and try to open files in the queen side and attack us. So use this advance we made against us. So maybe queen e2 is not that wise. Can we somehow try to bring the second rook in the game? b4 I don't like, because we can take and open the c file. Maybe like just something rook fc1. What would be the point of that though? To play b4? Let's say black does something random. Can we go b4 here? Maybe that is a plan. I don't know. Maybe that is a plan. But otherwise it's kind of hard to come up with it. Because if we go back, let's say we're trying to now focus on the king side, right? Then I'm a bit worried that this might be coming back to bite us. This advance we made. We can still take on a5 and still claim that we can double rooks on the a file. Double-edged position. It's not so clear how to continue here. Despite, okay, we know that we are a bit more active, but it's not so clear how white goes for the, how to improve the position. Do we go rook b1? Do we go rook c1? Do we go like king g2? Just like a nice and simple GM move? I don't think king g2. No, it doesn't really do much. But it could be. It could be an idea. h2 pawn is inactive. Ooh. So let's push it with h4. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Given Anna-Maja's moves in this game, I wouldn't be surprised with h4. It actually might be a good idea. We might be aiming for h5, try and attack this G pawn. We have the open f file. I wouldn't be surprised with h4 actually. I think it's a good idea. Maybe. All the moves I said are +0. Yeah, this is exactly the problem. Like, of course, yeah, this position has no tactics. So every move is good and every move is bad in a way. So we just have to find the correct plan or some plan. Just have to make a move that has some purpose. So h4 maybe is a good idea. We want to attack on the king side because we've gained some inroads on the queen side. Maybe it's time to go on the king side. Are the two Gudmundssons brothers? If you mean Nordi's opponent? I think they're much more likely to be father and son because they have like 35 years of difference between them. But they might be father and son. Although I think Gudmundsson is probably a very common name in Iceland. Okay. So Anna has played the move rook to f2 here. So rook to f2. Trying maybe to I don't know, to improve the rook, maybe put on g2. And black played knight to c6. So black is going for some trade. Now black can black take on here? Probably not, because again we get this with tempo, and we will get a very cool rook on f6. Can black threaten this? No, because we take it. So knight c6. It looks optically nice, but for now at least, it doesn't trade anything. It doesn't threaten anything. So, okay, we still have time to improve our position, but Anna still has to think about how to do that. So, time situation, 33 minutes for Anna-Maja, 22 minutes for the opponent, for Gunnar, should I say. Isn't Gudmundsson Gudmund's son? Um, so wouldn't the father's son? I think the way they are naming people in Iceland are they use the first name of the father. So let's say that Gunnar Erik Gudmundsson names his son Gudmund. So his name would be Gudmund Gunnarsson, I think. Did I just call him a Gunnar? I think it's pronounced like Gunnar. Yeah, something like that. So I think yeah, his name would be Gunnarsson, and the girls are like they add Dottir to their father's name. So if Gunnar has a sister, she would be, let's say, Erika Gudmundsdottir or something. It's actually quite a nice and simple way to name people. I mean, it's definitely better than I don't know, some random names. But maybe it's not too creative because you might not like your father's name, but you're stuck with it for your entire life. So yeah, Gudmund Dottir probably. Yeah, they don't need the S there. Icelandic girls are very lovely. Okay, interesting comment. What if you don't know who your father is? Oh no, please don't get into this conversation. But Iceland, has few people. I think the population of the entire country is less than 1 million, even. So, if this happened in a country like India, uh, yeah, names would probably be all over the place. They would be like 200 people with the same exact name. So yeah. Okay, Anna's still thinking of her knight to c6. Let's see. What can we do here? So why did we put the rook on f2, guys? Do we want to double up here? Maybe. But we can't do that now because black will take. So we need to somehow... I guess what she wants is to push f5 at some point, right? I think that is her end goal. Now with the knight on c6, this is gonna be hard. But maybe she wants to trade this knight and then go f5. Maybe this is her idea of opening the position. So I wonder, maybe we can take on b6. Rook takes. We can bring the queen back. We're doing some pin work as well here. And then we can bring this guy to f1 and prepare f5. Maybe this kind of idea is interesting. 300,000. Oh, it's even smaller than I thought. Okay. Mod Jackson. Okay, guys, don't make fun of cultures. Okay, so Anna doesn't care though. She immediately went for rook a f1. Doesn't this hang a pawn? What did I miss, guys? So why cannot black take? Computer doesn't like this. Maybe we have here the move d takes c5. Black cannot take back with the pawn because this is pinned. And if rook takes c5, b4. And we're winning a piece. So maybe that is why. So maybe Anna figured, you know what, if I move my rook over, which is why I doubled, black can't take the pawn anyway, so there's no need to have my rook on a1. I can just immediately go to f1. Now our queen feels a bit out of place on a6. Like a few moves ago it looked really good, but now it feels a little bit like Anna's focusing towards the king side, so she wants to go for the attack. But yeah. What is this emote? Brain slug. What the hell is the same mode? A b6, rook b6, queen f1, then queen h3 and f5. Okay, this could also be a cool idea, yeah. Although, no, this doesn't hang b2. Okay, so black played knight 6 here, right? So this could have also been an idea. Queen f1, the idea to put the queen on h3, yeah. I like that. Instead, she went for rook f1, so she's maybe threatening some f5. But probably she will have to take here first, which trades even more pieces. And black's is protecting both files, so I'm not sure. How do we break through here? Okay, black. So black has probably noticed that the queen is a little bit out. He maybe was afraid of some plans like this. He has played the move c4. So that kind of closes down the center a little bit. And I think that Anna will be happy to see this move because, as we discussed yesterday, when the center is closed, it's much easier to attack on a flank. And here Anna is preparing that kingside attack. So I think she will actually be happy to see this move because now the center is closing down. So as long as we prevent any queenside counterplay, the kingside should be the only battlefield of the game. Now, maybe now black will try to open the queenside because we have to bring this queen back to action somehow, right? So yeah, it's still not clear if this is a good move or not, but definitely closing down the position means that f5 would be more effective, I think, because black will have no counterplay. So let's see if she has moved. No, she hasn't. And black is already below 20 minutes. So black has 19 minutes and 45 seconds. And Anna-Maja has 29 minutes. So she's 10 minutes up on the clock. There is still 17 moves to make the time control. So black is already nearing time travel. He's already nearing the point at which he has about 1 minute per move. So he has to move pretty fast in the coming moves. And I like that because Anna is keeping the position complicated, skipping some ideas, and I think at the right moment she will be ready to strike with some f5 or something like that. So let's see. How does she bring her queen into the game is the question, because black is now, this move c4, okay, it closed down the position, but also removed threats of d takes c5. So black is now threatening to take this pawn. If white plays a random move on the king side, black can take this pawn, either with a pawn or with a knight. Let's say the knight. Now that might allow this move. So this might still be good for us. Can also take with a pawn. Maybe it's even more practical, because this queen is really trapped. And this rook is now staring down the b2 pawn. So yeah, maybe we do not leave we do not want to leave this this guy here. Maybe we want to take on b6 and then move our queen back. Our rook protects f2. Even queen a1 could be a consideration. So yeah, okay. What has he played? Yeah, he played c4. So this is the current position. And let's see what she comes up with. Black's b takes a5, rook b6 traps the queen. Yeah, that's true. That's probably why we should probably not leave the opportunity for b takes 5. There might be some way out of it. We might be able to like take the knight or something, and according to how black recaptures, we can take maybe on a7. But yeah, probably we don't want to get our queen trapped. So maybe a good idea would be a takes b6, rook takes b6, and then go back or something. But maybe she doesn't care about that, and she might just be calculating like attacking ideas with like f5. Can we play f5 right now? How bad is that? Probably not very good, because black can take, and take. So yeah, it is b6 and queen a1 is probably what she's gonna do. Queen a4 also heading to d1. Another idea could be knight c6, queen c6, f5 though. This is what I'm trying to calculate. We're opening up some files, but it doesn't look like we have any big attack, especially with our queen on a6 doing nothing. In fact, if anything, it's actually white who has to be careful, because he can just sidestep, and now black is coming us, and black has all three pieces ready to attack our king. So we must be really careful about f5, because our queen is out of place. Our queen cannot help in attack or defense if we open the position up. So going back to the old concept of evolution and revolution, I think it's time for a little bit more evolution here. Like, we need to bring our queen to the action before we start with these f5 ideas. Queen needs to move on kingside. Yes, as Mikhail has been saying this the entire game, and he's correct here. Like, the queen has to maneuver to help the other pieces, because we can't attack here without a queen. Black has so many pieces defending, right? So we need to bring our queen over here like this or like this, and just have it help attack. Maybe even from d1 it can help, because notice that after this trade happens, our queen has h5, which can be a very useful square to jump in. So I think that is what Anna is thinking about, how to get her queen into the attack. Oh no, Anna Crumling's position doesn't look great. Ooh, that was the a3 game, right? So maybe Anna has to look maybe at some book that is refuting the unsound openings, like the cow, the 1a3 opening. I don't know. I mean, 1a3 makes sense if you really like playing with black. It makes sense because it can be a useful move in many openings, and you get black openings with an extra tempo, so it could be useful. 1a3 or 1h3, something like that. Am I planning to take over Crumling's stream? I'm not sure. I don't think that will happen in the near future, because Pia is an amazing commentator, so I don't think she will need any help from me. Blueberry says, I have played 1a through 1h3 a lot before. Okay. Okay, so Anna has taken a long think here. She's gone down to 24 minutes. And she decided, you know what? I'll take on b6. I don't want black to play b takes a5 and threaten our queen. Our queen needs to get back into action. Black has taken with a rook, and now Anna presumably will move the queen back either to a4 or a1. The idea is to go to d1, and from d1 the queen can support the attack on the king side. So it's all going well, and let's see. I think Anna has played. Yes, it wouldn't make sense for her to play this without preparing a response. Queen a4 is her move. So the queen is heading over here. Now this is double-edged. This opens up some lines, but it also opens up lines for black. So black has now some counterplay. Black has the open b file, and this might be a source of kind of fear for us. So if black doubles on the b file, infiltrates on b2, too many things might get traded. This might become an equal position, but of course plenty of games still to go, and let's see. What chess content do I watch regularly? Uh, that's a tough question. I mean, I usually hang out in various streams. Well, do you mean like YouTube videos? I mean, you probably know the answer, right? I mean, I do like to hang out in Anna-Maja's chat when she's online. I do watch Anna Cramling sometimes. I'm not as active there because I'm kind of hiding from my mod duties, but sometimes I'm also lurking in her chat. I do watch some other streamers who are not streaming so often. Now, YouTube videos usually I don't watch that much. I'm not the kind of guy who would search chess on YouTube, but when I want to some kind of educational content, recently I've been going through Daniel Naroditsky's speedruns, so I would recommend for all rating levels actually to watch some of these games. They're very instructive. He is one of the few streamers who has the patience and the understanding, of course, to play rapid games and explain every move. And he does this very well. He's really educational. So I do like them. Not Hikaru. I don't watch much Hikaru, no. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him as a chess player, but I don't really watch that much of his content now. I don't watch many of the popular, like Gotham Chess also is very popular, and I don't really watch him. But that doesn't mean I think he's bad. I do have respect for him. It's just not my style, maybe. Hikaru is also more of a bleeds and bullet kind of guy, right? I don't watch educational content to get better bleeds and bullet. So yeah. But yeah, Danya I definitely recommend for all improving players. Like I usually watch more of his high level speedruns, like above 2000, let's say. But low rated players definitely can find ideas in. I mean, sometimes I find ideas in 1600 games too, as well. So yeah. Kramnik is now saying that people cheat at Puzzle Rush on X. Oh no. Imagine cheating at Puzzle Rush. I mean, yeah. I mean, we do have the Puzzle Rush Championship when everyone was on camera, so there was definitely no cheating there. So I will not comment on that though, because I do not wish to question Kramnik. Then you will go after me, you know? Is Kramnik married? I don't know. Maybe some other people in the chat know, but yeah. Hikaru's Botus Gambit speedrun was the best chess content ever. Interesting. I'm not sure there is much educational value in watching a GM. Maybe, okay, you can learn how to swindle, I guess. But you're not learning any openings. You're not learning any. Yeah, you're just learning how to 1500s, let's say, blunder pieces, I guess. But yeah, time zone can definitely be an issue. I mean, I very rarely watch Danya's streams as well because of time zone. I just watch his YouTube videos. That's why I mentioned, because there are also people watching on YouTube. They might look for YouTube content. So okay, so Black has responded to our move. Rook back to b8. So he didn't like our rook on. He didn't like his rook on b6. He moved it back. Maybe also he wants to defend the 8th rank, because maybe he was worried that the rook would come to f8 here. Or maybe he wants to bring his rook to f8. That could also be a possibility. In which case we might have to go back to the queen side. This is actually a good example that you should keep both sides of the board open. Like, we should keep options on both sides. But maybe he also just wants to go here. Although for the moment our queen on a4 is putting enough pressure on the knight on c6, so it's preventing the doubling. So how to continue here? How to continue? By the way, both of our players are getting quite low on time, so Black has 17 minutes, and Anna, who is thinking, has 21. So, yeah. I'm so tempted with h4, h5. So, yeah, this might be, I think, pretty much the only way to improve our position further, right? Like, going h4, h5, just try to weaken this g6 square. So, let's see, what happens if we play h4? And Black makes like a slow move. Yeah, when we get h5, exactly, yeah, that was, yeah, we get a problem with g6 square. So, let's say the Black makes a slow move like this, we go h5. Okay, what happens then? I assume Black will take and maybe try to sidestep with the king, because obviously rook g2 would be a huge issue. But then we can just pluck our knight on g6, right? And, well, we're threatening the rook for now, and this knight can be very annoying, and then we can just slowly come with the rooks from behind. I like this idea. h4, h5. And I think this is an idea that definitely Anna-Maja has in her radar. So, yeah, I do like it. Danya likes playing Caro-Kann fantasy variation. Anna-Maja should like his... Yeah, that's actually... I mentioned that to her. Like, in the first game where she played the fantasy, I told her, do you watch Danya's games with it? And she said, no, I got it from Gotham Chess. So apparently Gotham also plays the fantasy. But I actually got inspired to try the fantasy out from Danya's games. I tried it on a few Blitz games. And I did have good results. And then Anna-Maja started playing it, so I have more games to look. Although, I'm not a big fan of how she played it in the second game, because Black was better in the opening. Yeah. Are you allowed to use Raider? Yeah, the fantasy variation is very interesting, definitely. It's probably not leading to an advantage for white, but it's not. And yeah, again, I will plug Danya. Danya explains this very well. It's not in a Caro-Kann player's style to play against the fantasy, because it leads to different positions, which are not the the cookie cutter Caro-Kann c6, knight d7, knight f6. We put our pawns like this, we then put a knight on d5 and we defend for all the game, and then we trade everything, we're better in the endgame. This is how a Caro-Kann player wants to play usually. But yeah. But yeah, John, thank you for mentioning that. Oh, guys, we have lots of developments while I've been talking. Okay, more developments. So what move do you think Anna-Maja played here? Like, if you've watched enough of her streams, you know that she likes to attack, right? So she didn't wait to improve with h4 or all of that. She just went straight away, f5. So this is a pawn sacrifice. She's spicing up the position. f5 is on the board. Black takes the knight. Knight takes e5. D takes e5. Queen takes e5. So Black is winning a pawn. We're sacrificing a pawn here. What is the point? We're opening up. Maybe. But what is her plan? Does she want to play f6? I wonder. It does look like we have to kind of open up even more. I don't know. F takes g6. Does this work? Maybe that is the plan. To kind of open up, trade this rook, and then the queen. And then the queen can come in. Not sure though. Very double-edged. The computer doesn't like it. The computer thinks Black is better. But this is going to get very tactical, and with low time, again, the side attacking should have the advantage. So she took on g6. This is her move. She took on g6, opening up. Makes sense. Yeah, I think, like, yeah, exactly. After f6, it will be very close. Like, Black would just block, and yeah, Black will just block, and there is no way to reach his king. So f takes g6 is the only move that makes sense, in my opinion. Now the problem is, how do we continue, right? Because black can just actually take it. Black can just take it and claim I'm up a pawn, you know? So we should have a way to reach his king somehow. So again, Anna is opening up the position, attacking, and trying to find like tactical ideas. And the opponent is thinking. He is on 14 minutes. Anna-Maja has 21 minutes. So Anna-Maja has played some instant moves after f5. The opponent is now in thinking. This is move 28, so he has 14 minutes for 12 moves. It's not terrible time trouble, but he will have to be a little bit careful about his clock. And the position is opening up, which means he might need to calculate some ideas. For instance, yes, as Jim Solver is saying, king g6, there might be rook f8. So trying to get into the 8th rank, trying to maybe put the queen as well on e8. So rook takes f8, rook takes f8. We're threatening some stuff like this. And Jim Solver says for black rook e7, which prevents the queen from going to e8. And yeah, white has some open lines, but it doesn't look like her attack rather, is succeeding. So yeah, black can also play, I don't know, king 8-7 looks strange. Yeah, you are allowing queen e8. What is the point? How do you? I mean, if we get queen e8, I think this is very good. At the very least, a draw. But the rook e7 probably is better. Like rook e7, because no queen d7, no queen e8. We have to find some other way to enter the position. And all the squares are protected. This is a bit worrisome for us, actually. We might like try queen a6, queen c8, but this might be too slow. So yeah, if we try like queen a6, then black maybe even can just go queen c7, just defend the 7th rank, and we cannot enter the position so easily. Rook g8 check. Yeah, you would probably just go here. So, but the position is very open. Maybe there are some other ideas. Yeah, there should definitely be some tricks here. Okay, so he took with the king. He took with the king. Fg, king g. Instead of rook f8, if I go rook f4, then h4, h5. Now that could also be a plan, yeah. Okay. Let's see if Anna has played. Okay, she played again instantly. So she's probably thinking of something. She's played rook f8. It's the move we are considering. So she's trying to get on the 8th rank. She might be thinking, you know, the 8th rank is weak. I have to attack. So black's main defensive idea is putting a rook on e7, defending the e8 square. So takes, and rook e7. This is getting interesting. This is getting interesting. The attack, as you can see from the evil bar, is probably a bit unsound. But black has definitely a chance to make a mistake in time trouble. Let's see, he has 12 minutes now. Anna-Maja is still on 20 minutes. And the rook is getting active. The queen, so can I play rook e7 even now? That looks very suspicious. But maybe. Because after rook takes b8, queen takes b8, right? And again, how do we make progress? Actually, this is a good move. I mean, the engine approves at least. Maybe queen c2, queen f2. We can. I think the queen is sitting very pretty on e5, though. Like, I prefer the queen on e5 than on b8. I think black will prefer to trade and play. If he sees the rook e7 idea, he'll prefer to trade a pair of rooks so that white has less pieces to attack. So Yeah, keeping the rooks on the board is good for us. Black could target b2. Yeah, rook e7 is also perfectly fine. Like black has some older ideas. Maybe yes, b2 could be hanging. How is that bad for white? We have connected rooks in the opponent's territory. True, but we are also down a pawn. So in order to do that, we sacrifice the pawn. And if black trades everything, he will just be in an endgame down a pawn. Black could get A and B passers. But how do you get a B passer? Probably you don't. But yeah, our pawn on b2 is also weak, and our pawn on g4 is also weak. So if we traded everything, the endgame would probably be losing for us. But we're surely going to keep at least one pair of pieces on. So yeah. Okay, so black has gone for exactly what we said. So rook takes f8, rook takes f8, and rook e7. So this is the current position. And black has managed to trade off a pair of pieces and also prevent us from entering the position. So it remains to be seen, how do we try to infiltrate here? What is Anna-Maja going to cook up? Is black stream sniping? I don't know. It feels like though with only 2 pieces, try feeding them some bad suggestions. I mean, it's white's turn. It's white's turn. But again, as I've talked about on stream many times before, one pawn, okay, it is a disadvantage, but we're not gonna lose this game by one pawn. Like, one pawn is enough for an advantage, but not enough for a win. Like black would need to win a second pawn to win the game. So yeah, we can like keep the balance. It partied hard yesterday. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not making any more comments about that. King g2 and h4. Yeah, maybe king g2 is an idea. King g2. Just trying to get into a little bit better position with the king. And also preparing h4. Maybe h4, h5. But our queen needs to get into the action. Like, without a queen, we can't really do much. And this rook on e7 is perfectly placed to prevent our ideas. Yeah, but again, I like the coach vibes from Jim Silver. She's like much better and instantly play something random for no reason. I mean, I would agree. I think that, you know, she tries to open the position all the time. Like, it feels like she knows that she's best in tactical position, but she tries to make every position tactical. So, and that's, you know, not all positions have to be played like that. So, yeah. Oh, it looks like Nori has won against Eiríkur Ori Gudmundsson. Nice, GG's. GG's. So, Nori finishing the tournament with 3 out of 9. Hello, Nori. Congrats on your win. And yeah, congrats on finishing with 3 points. So he's 1542 performance. So I guess with the 2 draws against the 1800, he will probably get bumped up to around 1600, 1580, something like that, I guess. So yeah, Blue Boy is keeping his #1 spot in the mod rankings for now. Did we pass 40? No, this is move 31. This is move 31. So we still have to make 10 more moves. And Anna played... Okay, why is it... okay, that's a move I wouldn't consider here. Rook to e8. So she's trading more pieces. She's trying to get to a queen endgame somehow. It was a relatively easy game after he blundered a bishop on move 10. He played on, but I think I converted without serious mistakes. Oh wow, you won in the opening basically. Congrats. Nice. Anna's having a little bit of a tough position here. I don't really know why she's trading well, being down a pawn. Maybe she realized that her sacrifice was bad and she's trying to maybe get a draw from a queen endgame. But black is not forced to take, right? Black could play... I don't know. Queen g5 maybe or something? No, queen g5, rook g8. Maybe you could trick your opponent with something like that. Maybe queen f6 though. Okay, Anna has 17 minutes. The opponent has 10. So 10 minutes with the opponent for 9 moves. He is still though keeping up with their moves, and there are too few pieces on the board. I feel like even this endgame, rook e8, queen e8. Do we have much more than a draw here? I mean, she could try to go for the a7 pawn, but then I feel like black's queen. What is this? Oh, okay, it says they're controlling again. Okay, let's make the moves quickly. I do remember them. So this is the current position. This is pressuring the clock, but this is about to be an endgame. So if you have only one piece, maybe the clock is not going to be much of an issue. Let's see. Okay, so he plays queen f6. He's playing very well. So he's like, you know what? I don't want to let your queen to e8. If you want to trade, you can trade on my terms. You bring my queen to e7. And the queen is defending everything, and black is just up a pawn here. It's not winning for black, but definitely black with the better chances in this endgame, I would say. It's about finding the most exciting moves. But yeah, rook e8, I don't know how exciting was that, because... Okay, just going to a queen endgame down a pawn is not... Like, we sacrificed a pawn to trade everything. It doesn't really make much logical sense, right? So I think what happened is Anna got too excited about f5. Maybe missed rook e7 or something. She might have missed the move rook e7. She might thought that, you know, my queen gets to e8 and I'm winning. But yeah. Queen f6 is -4 on depth 28, so Stockfish says winning. I mean, it's an endgame. It's a queen endgame. Queen endgames usually are winning with many pawns and a pawn up, especially because the black king is actually very safe on g6. But queen endgames are very tricky as well. So objectively, it might be winning, but there are definitely chances here. At least for a draw, there are definitely chances. Not only that, the king goes to h4 to h3. Oh, so black... Okay. Jim Solver is suggesting this king might even become more active and try to checkmate our king. Yeah, that's a GM level plan. That's something I wouldn't think about. If I was black here, I would just keep my king tucked away. But yeah, that could also be the case, that the king gets active. Okay, so Anna has not taken on e7. She's playing queen to c6. Trying to put some pressure, perhaps. Sword demon, yeah, some kind of plan like that. Queen to c6, okay. The computer hates that move. The computer thinks black is now completely winning. Well, that puts a little bit more pressure on e6. But e6 is defended. You're not threatening actually anything. So maybe it's just activating the queen and she wants to play something like this. Question is though, does he have enough time for that? So now, black, okay, king g5, okay. Let's try to be adventurous. King g5, rook g8, king h4, queen d6, queen f3. Oh, not queen f2. Well, queen f3. So the idea is here. And after queen e7, king h3, and black wins. This is quite an iconic king walk. It's like short Tiemann. Now the computer said this is a draw at some point. I think here it said queen e5. And it's a draw because we're threatening queen h5. But this should be quite a funny... I mean, okay, I don't think black will start walking his king down the road. But yeah. Can I please turn the Evil's Bark dark mode? I mean... we can try to do that with moves. But black is playing some good moves here. I like the move black played here. Queen f7. So, you know, he's slowly improving his position. And he's like, do you want to trade? Do you want to take my rook? Go to a queen endgame? Be my guest. I'm protecting some squares. I'm protecting rook g8. And in a queen endgame, maybe the king walk is even scarier then. Because these pawns are actually quite nicely protecting each other. So yeah, he's playing well. He's playing well. He's down to 7 minutes. We have 15, so still Anna has a bit of time advantage, but the position is much more troublesome than the clock right now. Like, we're actually in quite a bit of trouble here. I think so. Anna has to maybe try and cut her losses. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we do have to take an e7. I see nothing better really, because as long as we keep, like, let's say she tries like rook a8. Maybe this is what she will try. What could be the problem with that? Thing is, I don't really see the attack for white. Like, okay, black's not gonna play something like king h7 and allow queen c8, right? Black's probably gonna play something active like queen f3 and and then e3 is hanging, d1 check. Lots of good moves for black. And even a7, we're not even attacking that, because even if we could take that, there would be a fork. So, yeah, I don't know. It must have gone a bit wrong. Of course, still there is hope. As long as there are pieces on the board, as long as there are queens on the board, black could still blunder here. But this looks more and more like black is consolidating his advantage. And Anna is now at 13 minutes. So, yeah, this doesn't look like a very good position. But let's see. I think if I was white, I would try to trade queens here. Like, I have almost held a queen endgame that looked like this. I lost in the end. But I was actually 2 pawns down in a queen endgame. And I held for like 50 moves or something. And then I made a huge blunder, I blundered mate in 3. I think I would have held the draw if I didn't make the stupid mistake. But queen endgames are very difficult for some people. I like queen endgames a lot, in fact. I like them both from the defending side and from the attacking side. But Vlad is blaming himself. Hello, Vlad. Welcome back. Yeah, I think queen endgames offer good chances for a draw here. But objectively, it's a winning endgame for black. But he might not know how to convert it. I mean, black is 2000 player. I've outplayed a lot of 2000 players in Queen endgames. Actually, since GM Solver is in the chat, I'm gonna flex a bit. I actually beat Women's International Master, I think is her title, Anna Kubitschka in a Queen endgame. That was like the European University Championship, some tournament like that, some rapid tournament that was held online, and I was up upon a queen and I converted it. But this is quite a bit different. Now we're down upon, we have to defend that. And the king is not that weak, that's the problem. Like, we can't get to the black king. And yeah. Yeah, that was quite a long time ago, though. I think it was 1800 back then, even, or something. Or 1900. Well, I'm still 1900, but yeah. You can check the game on... I'm sure it's on ChessBase. It might even be my best win on ChessBase. Okay, Anna is still thinking. She has 11 minutes. I think she's realized that, you know, we might need to cut her losses here. She might need to cut her losses. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Speaking of WMs, does anyone know when the first FIDE console? Maybe Vlad knows, because he's... I think it's like, it should be in March, right? But it should be soon, I think. Maybe Vlad knows that. Because he's quite a bit into, you know, the FIDE thing, the rating changes and all that. They might discuss it there, I guess. Or is that a different meeting? I don't know. Should be the same, though. So Anna's still thinking, down to 10 minutes. 7 minutes for the opponent. And 7 moves to make. Again, I would probably trade rooks here and go to a queen endgame. There are some ideas, like you can play some queen c8, queen h8, try to cause some you know, defend the dark squares. Maybe put the queen on e5 or on d4. There are definitely some ideas for white. So I think that would be my way of going. Now Anna might try. I feel like Anna might try to keep the rooks on the board, which I don't think I like, because black queen and rook can get very dangerous. Yes, queen f7 was the 32nd move, so we still have, yeah, we still have 8 moves to make, actually. And Anna has 9 minutes now. Queen c8 hangs the rook, yes, true. She has to trade the rook. Yeah, I was thinking maybe she'll play something like this. But I don't like the fact that, yeah, the queen gets very active here. So, yeah, I would trade here, for sure. The date has not been announced yet, but first half of April. Okay, so it's April, actually. I think taking queen c8 and then queen h8, this might be our plan. Honestly, yesterday I was like, yes, should accept a draw, but today I know it's objectively bad to try to play for a win. But somehow, I feel like it might be good today. What about rook f8? Rook f8 just takes. What are you? What's the plan? Or did you? No. Okay, she hasn't made a move yet. She has 7. She has now exactly the same time as her opponent. 8 minutes, 7:50. I don't know. I think we have to trade and try to hold this endgame. I think she can hold this. I think I would be confident in her holding this. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit scared now, but because she's thinking for way too long. She might try to do something very creative. Usually when you try to do creative things in a lost position, it becomes even more lost. So yeah. Let's see. She has taken the rook. So rook takes e7, queen takes e7. Has been played. So we're in a queen endgame. Which means this can take a long time, guys. Queen endgames usually lead to long games. And I feel like queen c8 might be what she will try. I think she will play this move quite quickly. No! Okay, she's played a different move. h4. So she wants to still push some pawns. h4. Blocking the king advance plan. So maybe that's a good start. And now, this is a bit... Yeah, there are quite some draws here, I feel like. Like, if black takes on h4, I think this is just a draw, right? Queen takes e6. And white has to even be careful, because here, yeah, you might do some stuff like this. Queen takes d5, and this actually is a good move. I like the move h4. I like the move h4. Now black apparently has to find king back to f7, which is an only move. And he might not do that. It's not immediately obvious that he should do that. He might think the position is a draw. He might think, you know, the queen is active enough that this is a draw. King moves are not immediately obvious in king endgame. But he might also play it. It's possible. It's possible. If evil can go from -5 to 0, it can go from 0 to +5. Okay, what is that statement? Interesting. What is the clock situation now? 7:55 for Anna, 6:30 for the opponent who is thinking. And he has to find an only move. I think even if he finds it, he has to spend quite a bit of time here to play king f7. So it's interesting. Let's see, guys. This is getting exciting. And let's see who can navigate this endgame better. So 6 minutes. Clock ticking down. 6 moves left. 7 moves left, actually, for the opponent. 6 for Anna. h4. Very good move. Again, she's playing practical moves. She's basically saying, you know what? You can take my pawns. I will take your pawns. Worst case, we have a draw, right? This can't go wrong. So black has to be very precise here. Keep his pawns intact. And only then try and attack. Because after king f7, I guess the idea is you want to play here, and on some checks you want to go back or something and just claim, you know, I'm 2 pawns up or something. So he also have to realize it's for king f7, if h5, king f6. So I guess, yeah, that white will probably go h5, defending the pawn, and then again black will have to use the king, do this kind of maneuvers that Jim saw. So the winning plan is actually not very obvious for black. And a good question here by Caleb: does the opponent know he's winning? Probably not. He might think he's a bit better because he's a pawn up, but I don't think he knows that this is a completely winning position. No. So this takes into account, time pressure takes into account. So h4, very good move, very practical, and black is kind of freezing. Black is thinking, you know what? These are the last moves of the type control. So let's see. Let's see. He's down to 4 minutes 30 now. So I think he might bail out with queen takes h4 and a draw. This is my kind of gut feeling. And then actually, I've seen like 2,000 players like kind of panic in these situations and make this kind of moves. A king f7 is, once you see the idea of king f7, then after h5, then you go back with the king, it makes a lot of sense. But black might not see it. He's in time trouble. He doesn't have an evil bar. This is your opportunity to suggest natural but bad move. I mean, I don't know. You might go like a5 or something. If he's stream sniping, yeah? He might go like a5, right? Push the pawn, and yeah, I don't know. Nah, I don't think he'll play a5. Okay, 3 minutes 30, guys. He's getting into time trouble. Anna's gamble maybe paying off a little bit. He's at least managed to get him into very low time. He will have to make the final 7 moves of the time control under significant time pressure. So let's see. My eyes are glued on the screen. King f7 defends the e6 pawn. Of course, king f7 is a move he might make even without knowing the plan. So he might play king f7 and then don't follow up with king f6. And he might make another queen move. And again, most likely it will be an equal position again. So the winning plan is very subtle here, I feel like. And this is a very good illustration of this should be in an endgame book, I think. This is endgame study material. Black to play, find the winning plan. I can definitely see that in a future endgame book, guys. Helpmate in 2 moves, says Jim Sofer. Oh no. We've gone down this road. Prediction is up. Wait, what? Why is there a prediction? Okay, guys, 2 minutes. I know you're all on the edge of our seats. Let's see. 2 minutes remaining. Gunnar is running down his clock. He's thinking. He's contemplating his options. Saying, what should I do here? He probably doesn't know. If he had, like, the longer he runs his clock, the less likely is that he finds the correct plan. So, keep telling us about the time. I mean, yeah, I think he will take on h4. That is my feeling as well. That is my gut feeling. Or maybe he is stream sniping and he saw when I suggested a5. No. Okay, he's made a move, guys. Queen to f7. Queen to f7. It's not a terrible move. It doesn't allow an immediate draw, as far as I am concerned, but it's not the best move. So he didn't find the best move. The king might be a little bit weak on g6 still. So, right. So what do we think here? Computer does not yet evaluate this as equal, at least on chess.com. But I really like the look. Maybe queen to a8 is what I would try here. Just try to confuse black a little bit, right? Because there is a lot of checks. The black queen is going to f7. Maybe he thought he activated, but he can't really go there. Because there will be checks. There will be checks on g8. So queen of the 8th rank should be the way. Or queen to d6. That's also a move, yeah. Like just queen d6 or something like that. Or queen a6 I don't really like. I think queen to the 8th rank is a good question. So Anna's gamble has paid off, and now the opponent is very low on time. So I don't know. He might blunder even more. He might blunder a pawn. If here black blunders a pawn, with our active queen and our advanced pawns, we are probably better. We have to move our queen, I think. Like king g2 doesn't make any sense, although queen f3 check. So just move our queen to a more active position. Should be enough. Hello to the chess.com front page embed viewers. Yes, you can join. He may blunder. Yeah, he may blunder everything. I mean, he has 2 minutes, but Anna also getting low on time. So this is some excitement for both players here. And let's see. 5 minutes 45 seconds for Anna. 2 minutes and 5 seconds for Gunnar. Let's see, guys. I'm also on the edge of my seat. I'm just waiting. You know, every time travel game is exciting, especially when both players are on increment. But right now I'm invested. Like I want Anna to somehow swindle this. I can definitely see Black even throwing this game completely and Anna winning. I can definitely see that. It would take some mistakes, but I can definitely see that happening. I think the most like the most likely result is a draw, but either side winning is possible. Black winning is possible. White winning, I think, also possible. Crumbling lost to Chinese 1900. Yeah, these Asian guys are quite underrated often. I'm sorry for her. It doesn't look like she had good luck with the pairings. I'm sure she'll bounce back. She's playing Menorca next, I believe. So maybe that's a Anna Crumbling always does well in Spanish tournaments. So I'm pretty sure she will bounce back there and go back above 2100. But let's focus on our game. So Queen to D6 is Anna-Maja's move. 4 minutes and 57 on her call. Queen to D6, a good move, improving the position of her queen, not letting the black queen to activate, but more importantly, putting the question to black. Like, how does black advance the game here? What does he do? Now, the move the computer is suggesting is very interesting. So the move the computer is suggesting is H5. H5 is apparently white's best move. And the idea is that after G5, I guess the king, again, gets involved. Now, Queen F4, isn't that checkmate, though? So H5, G5, King F5. Oh, that's not checkmate. The king can go back, okay. But H5 is the only move. Do we think he will find it? Probably not. No. In fact, he played, because, okay, he had low time, he played Queen to F6. So, position is back in the balance. And let's see. Queen F6. Now, again, we have to keep the balance. We have to make a queen move. Again, I would like the queen on the 8th rank. I think this is a good idea. She puts it on the 7th rank. Queen D7. 36th move. Let's see. Black might play here Queen F7, and we will have a repetition of moves. In fact, this is quite likely, I think. It is move 36. Again, the computer asking for some H5. I think there is no chance Black will go H5 here. It looks extremely risky. Black might even be in danger of losing, and I don't think that will happen. I think a draw is likely. I should hydrate probably, but I'm too excited for that. Let's see. Queen D7. 1 minute for Gunnar. Still 4 moves remaining. He's now officially under 1 minute, guys. So he will be playing the last few moves on the 30-second increment alone. Let's see. This is getting exciting. Queen D7. I think I like this move. But, okay, guys, if Anna plays for a win here after Queen F7, I would be very upset. I think, again, as I said yesterday on stream, we have to be objective. Black takes on H4. Wow, so Black, in time trouble, he's allowed the E6 pawn to hang. Guys, this is a very good development for us. Queen takes H4. It might look like a good move for Black. But now, we can take the E6 pawn with check at the very least. I don't see how Black can avoid a draw, though. I don't see how White can avoid a draw. But at the very least, this is not losing anymore. We just take on E6. Queen takes E6 has been played. It is on the board. King to G7. Okay. So now, obviously, this is a perpetual check. Black can never do anything. So, how can we play this for a win? How can we play this for a win? The issue is there is Queen G3. So if we make a quiet move, there will be Queen G3. I wish there was a way to get to move 40 first and then think for a win. Like, she shouldn't overpush on move 40. She's played queen d7 check. I'm assuming the opponent will go king back to g6 here. But I wouldn't play a reckless move now. I would go to move 40 and then maybe consider, can I play this for a win or not? But this is very good development for us because now all these pawns are weak. So if we can find a way, he's going by the way back to g6. If we can find a way to push, it could be cool. Maybe queen f5 check to spice it up a little bit. But I mean, we have at least a draw. I don't think we can push here. I don't see a way that black can blunder because, again, there's always this queen g3 check, and black is basically forcing us to give up the e3 pawn. So unless we can take this pawn with check, that would be winning, of course. I don't see how we can play for a win. Queen e8, king g5, queen g8. Maybe queen e8 is an idea. Yeah, queen e8, but he will probably go king g7. She can't perpet until 40. Yes, that is true. I think this is what she will do. And she has gone for queen e8. So hoping for a blunder, hoping for king g5, which presumably is a blunder, is it? There is queen e7, but then king takes g4, wait. Queen g8, oh, king f6 is forced and then queen d8, that is the point. Okay, so black, under a minute, 39th move, I think king g7 should be the move here, but he might try something very creative. Okay, Chess.com is trolling. He played king g7, and now you guys will have to help me with the moves. He played here queen f7, queen d6. Chess.com is failing us at a critical moment. Queen f6, right? This was played. We took king g7, queen d7, king g6, queen e8, king g7, 40th move, queen d7. So 40th move has been completed. And now black also about to make his last move, and it is king g6. So now we can basically claim a draw after queen e6. So now we're on move 40. Both players get extra 30 minutes. Mikhail saying queen endgame's always drawn. We can get an extra 30 minutes, think about the position, but I do think that the position is too dry to try to continue somehow. Like, I don't think there's any ideas here. Maybe king g2. Yeah, maybe king g2. Preventing some checks, but I would be a bit scared of moving the king because it's not clear how does white win this. And yeah, as Zimsolver saying, black might just have the better placed queen here. So this is not the best time to go for some stuff like that. I think, again, taking a draw isn't bad, guys. Like, I think we shouldn't be too creative. Like, can white take a pawn? Probably not. Like, giving up this pawn, I'm actually scared Anna-Maja might go for that, but this should be completely lost. I mean, yeah, force the queen to the h-file. This pawn is unstoppable. So I think she will think for a little while, but queen e6, queen a5, queen a4. So queen e6 check, king g7, queen e5 check, queen f6 maybe, but king g6 let's say, queen f4. Protects the pawn and covers check. But black is still up a pawn. He can play queen f6 here. And yeah, this is bad for us because we have to step out of the f-file. The queen goes to f3. The issue here is we're just down a pawn, so all the pawn endgames are losing. So we cannot trade queens ever. So we just have to be happy with the draw. This is my feeling. Imagine king g2, queen, but yeah, we've already gone queen e8 before, and he went king g7. He's not gonna fall into this. So I think black has already realized, and in fact the game is already over. As I'm seeing now on my screen, yeah, it's just the draw by perpetual check. So she went queen e8, king g7, and yeah, just a draw after queen d7, king g6, queen e8, king g7, draw agreed. So we can say our GGs in the chat. So Anna is finishing on 5.5 out of 9. Not nice score by half a point, but still a pretty good performance, I would say. And yeah, I mean, as long as we didn't lose again, this position was very lost earlier. So congrats to Anna for saving this position. And yeah, that's, I mean, I like that because it shows, you know, again, as Lubo is saying, yeah, it shows a mature player. It shows someone who is, you know, not gone all out in every endgame like that. Like, I have lost many endgames like this, and it doesn't feel good if you lose such a position. Okay, so I'm going ready to head into call. It looks like, I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, Anna is not with us yet. Maybe she will be here shortly. Okay, but yeah, we can say our GGs in the chat, or our Fs. I don't know if you guys expected a win, but we do have a draw. That concludes the tournament, and yeah, I'm ready. Let's write a GG. Axis is responding for recording the final recap since he advised what? How did that happen? How is that conclusion made? I guess Anna probably has to do some stuff. Thank you, Jim Solver, for hanging out. See you. Thank you very much. How's my voice feeling after doing the commentary? It feels very weak, but we'll manage. Yes, guys. Her next tournament is 27th of March, starting in 6 days from now. So we're gonna talk a bit about that, I guess. I'm gonna call her and make sure that she's not muted this time, like yesterday. So let's go.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. I'm so sorry about the camera once again. I don't know what happened. I don't know.
So yeah, it was like 2 days earlier. Like the moment the phone left your hands, the camera is gone.
But how is okay? So I see something in the reflection, right? Like I can see some screen. So for the longest time, it's just how it is normally. Like recording
And
something
now
there.
we can see it in the background. I can see the camera working. Or is that like another feed? Or I don't know.
Now I'm just on Discord.
Yeah, but I can see on my layout, like I left the camera there and it's showing an empty. Maybe it's from earlier. I don't know.
That's creepy. This is the same phone.
I don't know. Okay. Maybe froze or something. I don't know. It was
So
just black.
I don't understand. So it was like working all the time, and then I see the arbiter walking around. I'm like, okay, I know what's up. I know exactly what's going on. But he checks and like it's just the same screen, like same camera view, everything. Like, and I can see this red button and which says that it's recording, right? So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I did think to ask if I can restart it, but I was like, I just want to play a game. Whatever.
Yeah, it's okay.
And then at some point, I see my screen change. The screen changes like to some moving view. I don't know. I'm like, what is this? Like, where did the screen come from?
Okay,
And
I
then
don't
at
know.
some point, the screen like turns off.
So it was changing different like screens during the game, or
I don't know. It was like some screen where like some animation was happening. Like it goes up, it goes left, like something. And I'm like, what is going on with my phone? I don't want to look because, I'm in the game. But I was so confused. And this was like way after it apparently died, the camera. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know.
Tell me about the game. What happened?
Well, you tell us. I mean, what were you feeling? Like, I don't know.
I was feeling so ambitious. I really wanted to win, but it just,
Let's take it from
he
move
played all the
one.
good moves.
Let's take it from move one, where you played 1d4. So, what was that?
I was
All about?
I did not have much time to prepare. I was last night so tired. We were I met a few of the streamers and we were talking for a while and like I got so tired when I got in my room. And then I was like, I still need to prepare and everything. And then I was like, you know what? I don't want to face like his preparation, his openings because he played like Sicilians. I think I saw French somewhere. I don't remember, but like I saw different openings. I was like, okay, we're not playing E4 anymore. I just want to change it up, and we'll see. And then I noticed that some of his opponents played the Trompovsky against, and I was like, oh yeah, that opening. That opening. I want to try that. So then I just speed run like some videos about the Trompovsky and that's it. I didn't know any ideas, nothing. I just knew like some moves and that's it.
Okay.
And
So,
I didn't expect him to play d5. In his games, he always played e6, so that's what I mostly prepared for. But I knew a little bit of the setup of this line of d5.
okay. Because, so the camera had already gone, right, on the first move. But Blue Boy said she played the Trompovsky. And then the game
I
happens and
told him, I'm gonna play the Trompovsky. Like
very
just before
sus.
the game.
Very sus.
Maybe he broke my count.
Yeah, I don't know. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
told him, like, look, I'm going to play this.
I don't know. Like I have played this couple of times. I never liked these ideas with F4. I think computer always hates F4 for some reason.
Yeah,
At least I've
I
noticed
saw
that.
the engine and I'm like, hello, it's like so active and open and
Yeah, it was good after your opponent played b6. Like he should have gone like queen b6 and tried to attack on b2 because
Yeah, I figured
b6
b6 was
is
not a good move. Like the setup is very passive, but what did I do wrong? Was
yeah.
f5 bad? Was anything before that bad? Did I
F5
miss something?
F5 is probably very bad because it just loses a pawn, right? I mean,
Okay, to be
you
honest,
have
I didn't see rook e8. I'm like, what is this move? I expected rook f8 or something. Or no, not rook f8.
rook
I thought
e7.
I
You
expected.
mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. We figured
yeah.
that's probably what you missed because yeah, it makes no sense to
Was that
play
the
rook
only
e7.
move?
Uh, yes. I mean, otherwise it's equal or something.
Yeah, and I'm like fighting
But
for something. Yeah, I completely missed rook e7.
yeah,
I was playing on intuition a lot here as well, but
I
I
was
thought if you don't play f5, then what else?
yeah, I was really confused when you traded off his bishop. I was like, what? Why is he trading off turtle bishop? But I
I,
guess you had this
I
idea of
didn't,
a4, a5 makes sense. But
yeah, I'm so sad he didn't play a6 instead of queen d6 because I had such a nice tactic there.
ooh, a6 against. Oh, you
A6,
have 90.
d5.
You have some 97 idea, right?
Yeah, exactly. It all works out because bishop c6, knight takes f8.
Yeah, yeah, we saw that. Yeah, that was
I was
nice. But
so happy to see this. I didn't. I played queen a4 just like by intuition. It's like I need to play something, and this looks good. And then when it's his turn, I was thinking, wait, I can actually play 97 after this. And I was so happy. And then he played queen d6. I was so sad. I thought I didn't
I
bait
think on
him
move
well enough.
e6, I think on move e6 you should play like b4 or something, like continue to expand that.
A B4?
Maybe, yeah. I'm not sure what the best was actually, but yeah, something like that. Bishop a6 was totally out of my radar. I thought there's no way he trades a good bishop for bad bishop, right?
Yeah, the thing is, I wanted to like infiltrate on the queen side. I thought I want to like try to like get somewhere, but I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, I mean it's still not terrible. Like your position is still quite good, but yeah. I guess f5 is like the real mistake. Like it's probably you
Yeah,
have
I
to
figure
prepare
it's
it.
too much. But yeah, if I don't play F5, it's basically a draw, right? What can I do?
We were talking about some h4, maybe try h4, h5, try to weaken the g6 rook, something like that. Like as a plan. I mean, computer still says like equal, but it could be a plan. He could go wrong, and you might win.
Yeah,
You
I
never know.
guess. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
To be fair, a French player doesn't know what a good light score bishop is. Okay, interesting comment. Uh, but yeah, after f5, well, the endgame was losing, but he had to find some. You actually played really well,
He
defending.
played so well. Yeah, absolutely. He played really well. I was like, every single trick I'm trying, he's not falling for it. Even with 30 seconds on the clock, he doesn't miss the king g5, queen g8, king f6, queen d8.
But
I was,
his winning move,
I,
where was it again? So after h4, his only winning move was king f7, defending like the e6 pawn. And then after h5, you would play h5, right? Probably.
yeah, probably yes.
Then after h5, king goes back to f6. And he goes like king g5, king h4, and tries to checkmate you. This is the only way he can try to win.
Okay, so it was like really good practically then.
Yeah, I mean,
Nice.
trading rooks was very much needed there. I was really
Oh
afraid
yeah,
that you.
yeah.
I was really afraid you would keep the rooks and you try to fight for a win. And I was like, play straight queens. Like, go to a queen endgame, might be a draw, you know? But yeah.
No, I was thinking indeed to not trade. Like for the longest time, I was like, please, like let me just see something without trading books, just anything. And then at some point, it's the realization comes in.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I have to move. I have to move. Sorry. At some point, your realization comes in where I'm just gonna lose. Where like the queen and rook come in, and I just can't do anything. So I felt the need to trade there, but I didn't want to. And that's, I think, the point that I accepted the draw. Like, if it's possible, I have to go for it.
Yeah. I mean, he also played queen h4, which is just a draw for him. So, I mean, yeah, so
Yeah.
there was maybe some, he could try and play king g5, and then you had queen g8. He was forced to play king f6, and then queen d8 is winning. But okay, he was
Yeah.
never gonna play that, I guess.
Well, usually 2000s blunder like that.
Really? I
Yes.
mean,
But these
okay.
kids don't do that.
Blue is saying you're a mature chess player now because you're not going for a
Thank
win in every
you.
position.
Thank you. Yes. Unbelievable.
But
Unbelievable.
okay, so 5.5 points. How are you feeling about your performance?
Oh man, I don't even have six. I think I'm a little like it's a bit underwhelming. I only played two players above my rating. I think it's just the fault of the tournament. Like, imagine you're only playing lower players. At some point, you're going to lose, draw. So, like, the odds
Yeah,
were just against me in this
I've been there.
tournament.
It's like
I shouldn't have drawn the game against Anishka, but yeah, because ever since that happened, my pairings were just bad. Like, yes, I
yeah,
had some good games, but I could not get out of the 1900s.
yeah. I mean that game probably you had some like tactical chances that he missed.
Yeah, and I feel like
But yeah,
the tournament itself is just very unforgiving. Like, okay, chances are already unforgiving enough, but if you also have just bad pairings, then there's not
yeah,
much
yeah.
left at some point.
So
I
next,
think I'm relatively lucky that I didn't face too many kids because, like some of the other streamers face so many kids, I would have been in big trouble then.
yeah. Apparently Anna Kramling lost her game again.
Today?
Some Chinese 1900 who played very well again, and yes, yeah. I mean,
Uh,
just unlucky pairings, I guess.
yeah, I guess like for 1900, this is like the perfect tournament. But anyone above this is like being tortured, or you need to be like so good that it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Ranked is still, yeah, ranked guys are still playing against Tanya. So,
Ooh,
uh,
okay, exciting, exciting. How's he doing?
I don't know. I mean, they're just saying in the chat he's still playing.
Okay.
So yeah, next tournaments we don't have any 1900s. So
It's kind of like detrimental. Like the last two games were so like sad, you know. And it's like, okay, these were like 1900, 2000, or like 1800 even. And then my next tournament is going to be 2200s at least. Ugh.
but
So
then draws wouldn't feel so terrible, you know. So you can afford to make
true,
draws.
but the more draws I make, the less chances I'll have on the norm. It's yeah, difficult.
Yeah,
I'll
I
have to
mean,
see.
as a
I think my aim should not be to try to get a norm, but just to play games and play well. And if it's a draw, it's a draw. What to
I
do?
usually yeah you start like to fill out a little bit, you know, play good moves, and then if the tournament goes well for you, then you try to get a normal, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, because essentially everyone is trying.
exactly. Yeah, you can't get it every time. The most likely scenario in norm tournaments is that nobody gets a norm. So
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
but
Nobody
okay.
gets a
So
norm.
and that's in 6 days, right? So it's very soon. So okay.
Yes,
So you're going back to the
I'm
Netherlands
flying
and
in 5 days.
yeah,
Oh my god. Yes. Oh, I'm not ready, but I guess I'm ready, but I'm also not ready. You know, I don't know. It's mixed feelings because of the tournament here. So it's okay. I'm just glad the tournament is over. Like two more rounds, and I would have not been happy to play. Two more 1900s.
yeah. I don't know. Okay. Uh, what are your plans for the last day? Are you going to the closing ceremony or?
I guess I'll see what the plans are. I just wanted to go back to my room and rest. I'm not sure if I'll record recaps today. I don't know. I only have to do two more, but I'm thinking of just doing them at home, at peace and everything, because the last 2 days have been really like tiring, I guess. I don't feel super tired, but tired enough to not do a recap yet. I don't know. I have to see. But
Wait, did you also have a
yeah.
league game back in the Netherlands? People were saying that. Really?
Yes, well,
Oh wow,
maybe. I don't know. There's a Dutch league on Saturday.
that seems quite tiring. I don't know. But okay, good luck with that then.
Thanks.
So when do we see you next? I guess is the question then.
So yeah, I'm playing next. Well, okay, I have a Dutch league, I guess, on Saturday, but that won't be live, of course, anything. Um, Next tournament, well, I guess I'll go live at some point when I'm back home, but I'll see how I feel if I'm tired and everything. But I need to do some studying, I guess. Continue a little bit. But my next tournament is going to be on the 27th. We'll have double rounds there actually, so I'm not like it's a little bit overwhelming, but we'll see. I believe the time controls are 90 minutes plus 30 seconds, so there's no like 30 minutes. I think I have to double check this, but I think the time control is shorter there, so that's interesting, and maybe actually good for me because I've been doing pretty well here in terms of time management.
Yeah.
But okay, anyway, I'm going next week to Villa de Sahara. It's a norm tournament, and yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited, and that is going to be my next tournament
Yep. So
before Formentera. So
uh,
yeah.
does he only need norms to get WGM because he has reached 2300 before? I think that's true, right? Or do you need?
What?
So do you only need the norms to get the title? Because you reached the rating
Yeah.
before, right? Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. For WGM, only norms. But okay, if you play like at that level, then the rating will be easier, also, right?
Yeah.
International Master is a bit more difficult because there's so many like players that have three norms but no 2400.
Yeah, I
I
guess.
think Dina, for example, she doesn't have 2400, but she has the norms.
3 IM norms? Wow.
Yeah,
And
at
that's
least.
that's a long way for her to 2400 now. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
By
No,
the way,
I know she can
Di-
view it, but yeah, it's difficult.
by the way, Dina's camera was also not working today for
I
some reason.
saw, like, I noticed
Yeah.
something.
So
I don't understand what happened. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe the volcano is sabotaging. I don't know.
I don't understand what's going on in this plane. Like, I think there's ghosts going around, and I don't know. It feels like someone touched my phone, but I'm like right there. I think.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll figure it out, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll let you rest, and we are waiting for
Yes.
the final recaps. Which
Yeah, yeah, I will upload round seven very soon. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting, and thank you for commentating the action. How was it for you? Tell us.
I mean, my voice is a bit weak now, but otherwise I'm fine. It was nice. I wish there were less technical problems, but it was really fun, and I think
Yay.
the guys in the chat also made it fun for me. Like they weren't, they were nice to me. So yeah.
That's good. That's what matters.
So yeah.
All right. Hmm?
So yeah, I'm gonna leave you, and yeah, I guess.
Yes, thank you
Yeah.
so much. Thank you. It was great having you as well. Really nice. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Catch you later.
See you. Bye bye. Okay, guys. So that concludes uh, Anna's Reykjavik experience, I guess. Uh, Thank you guys for the nice comments. Thank you so much. I appreciate them a lot. And yeah, be sure to check out the final recaps on YouTube. And yeah, I guess we'll raid. I don't know who will raid. Mods can choose. But yeah, how did the call go? I can choose that apparently. Okay, let's praise Anna. Say it went well. Yeah, see you guys. It was really fun commentating, and thank you all for helping me out. For the mods, the guys helped me. We're raiding Lily apparently, so hope you enjoy Lily's stream, and yeah, see you some other time maybe. Bye bye. Bye bye.